morning. My name is Hank Kelleher, and I'm the Law Review Symposium editor for Volume 60. I will be the MC for today's event. First, I want to thank all of you for coming here today. A lot of people put a lot of work into this, and I'm really grateful just that we're here. Before I hand the mic over to Dean Kolb, I just want to thank her for supporting the Law Review and being here today. I also want to thank her specifically for some very valuable help she gave me at the beginning of the process over the summer. She might try and minimize that, but it was really important. Thank you. Dean Kolb.
So good morning, everyone. It's great to see you all early on a Friday morning. Thank you for showing up for this excellent conversation. So as you've heard, I'm Johanna Kolb, and I'm the very proud, you can see, I'm the very proud Dean of USF Law. This is our colors. And welcome to the USF Law Review's Volume 60 Symposium, Stages of Fire, Mitigation, Adaptation, and Rebuilding. It's a pleasure to see so many members of the law school and the broader community gathered for what is an exceptionally timely and important conversation. In California and across the country, wildfire is no longer an occasional emergency. It shapes how people live, how communities grow, how insurance markets function, and how governments plan for the future. So I think the conversation that Hank has put together is unique and important in a couple of ways. First, it reframes wildfire not as a natural disaster, but as a construct of a series of legal and policy choices. And second, it doesn't look at the moment of wildfire, the dramatic scenes on the news, in isolation. Instead, it follows the full life cycle of fire, from mitigation and risk management to insurance and financial protection to the complex and deeply human work of rebuilding after disaster. In doing so, it brings together questions of land use, climate adaptation, equity, regulation, and resilience. That is what Law Review Symposia are meant to do. At their very best, convene scholars, practitioners, and students around an issue that is not only urgent, but transformative, one that will define how the law develops in the years to come. My hope is that the ideas and expertise shared today will not simply remain in this room. They will become part of the scholarly and policy record that helps shape how our state and communities around the country respond to climate-driven risk. I want to thank our law review editors, and particularly Hank, for their leadership and vision in selecting this theme and bringing together such a distinguished group of speakers. You know, it's one of the great joys of being a dean, to watch students develop over their 3 years. They show up as 1Ls and they're totally freaked out, and they march from class to class all together, trying to do the same thing, and then over the course of the 3 years, they develop into these fully independent, autonomous, engaged people who teach us, I think, as much as we teach them. And working with Hank on this was just an incredible joy. So thank you, Hank, for bringing this vision and for being such In this project, they were ably supported by our faculty, including Professors Heidi Ho and Alice Kavwan. See her, and as well as our very dedicated adjunct faculty member, Philip Babich. None of our wonderful student co-curriculars would happen without the talent and dedication of Kenji Kiano and Taylor Deocampo. Taylor's there at the back. Kenji might be hiding so that he can't hear the applause. But truly, they make all of this work. And lastly, but absolutely not least, I want to thank our generous sponsors, our leadership sponsor, Amanda Riddle of Corey Luzayich, DeGataldi and Riddle, our resilience sponsor, Duffy McGilligan of Kachet, Petrie and McCarthy, our adaptation sponsor, David Weiss of Reed Smith, and our community sponsor, Miller Star Regalia. We would not be able to do this, to have this kind of conversation without your help. To our panelists and our participants, thank you for lending your expertise, your time, and your perspective to this vital conversation. And to our students, I hope you see in today's symposium the ways that USF alumni, of whom you will soon be some, are at the forefront of actually shaping this conversation. And so you come away both educated and inspired to continue the work. And with that, I'm going to introduce our first actual speaker of the day. I'm just while everybody's coffee is hitting. And it's our colleague from across the street, as we say, at the main university campus, David Saad. Dr. Saad is the director of the Geospatial Analysis Lab here at USF. He's been broadly trained as an environmental scientist with expertise in a number of areas, including landscape ecology, ecosystem ecology, hydrology, geomorphology, ecosystem modeling, natural hazard modeling, remote sensing geographic information systems, and geospatial analysis. He has used these skills to conduct research primarily at the landscape level in the United States and internationally. His academic research uses integrated geospatial science for multi-scale mapping, monitoring, and modeling of environmental spatial heterogeneity, particularly in riparian, savanna, and forest ecosystems. These efforts include quantification of change in landscape pattern, investigating the linkages between pattern and processes, and understanding those dynamics within different environmental management regimes. He also works in developing holistic decision support systems for resource management, assessing natural hazards, and quantifying ecosystem service valuation. For all the lawyers and future lawyers and others in the room who are now concerned about this first speaker, that they don't think they're going to understand anything he has to say, I'll add that I had the pleasure of sitting next to him at dinner, and despite, or in addition to being a brilliant scientist, he's also lovely and very normal. So I'm confident that you have nothing to worry about. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Saad.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Let's see if I could find the tab. Hank, help. There we go. Does it work? No, there. Who is this guy? We're going to start with that. Thank you for the introduction. To be honest with you, I'm a little nervous talking in front of a bunch of attorneys. It's never been a good space for me in the past. But one of the things, I do a lot of different things. I wear a lot of different hats. I'm a professor here at the University of San Francisco. That is my main thing. And as part of that, we run a whole wide variety of different projects and programs where we use the development of organizations as part of the experimental design. So for example, there is a Climate and Wildfire Institute. Sarah is part of that. That was an initiative, a nonprofit initiative funded by the state of California to bring fire science next to fire policy in the state. There's the Preparedness program, which is the California Energy Commission funded program to build the next generation of wildfire models to harden our grid. I chaired NASA's Applied Science Advisory Committee, where we're able to get real people's voices in the way science and technology gets launched into the future, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So the stuff that we're going to be talking about today is built on some of those experiences. But the key mandate is to build an understanding, a basic understanding of the science that you guys are building policy around, right? That would be important to understand. So what I'm going to do in the next 30 minutes or so is describe wildfire ecology. How many of you guys have taken a science class in the past year or so?
In the past year.
We're going to go through this together, right? So when you guys think about building policies around this stuff, or building plans around this stuff, or even legal structure around this stuff, there's ecology at the core of what you're actually dealing with. And when you think about wildfire ecology in general, it's really the nexus of three different things interacting with each other. It's the interaction of topography, the interaction of fuels, and the interaction of weather, right? And there's an interplay between them that's important. And as we go through these slides, I want you to think about how policy could be addressed in every one of these different sections. So when we talk about fuels, for example, what are we talking about? We're talking about the stuff on the ground. What do you guys see here? Can you guys see this? You see a bunch of wood, right? Limbs, grass, shrubs. right, in a bunch of different configurations. You could also see a house, a structure, maybe a barn in that same sort of environment. But that combination of fuels is really important, and there's a recruitment of fuels that is, part of it is ecologically based, part of it is policy based. There's a choice whether or not to manage a specific geography and whether or not. When you look at how those fuels get translated into the way we actually model fire, they get categorized into a bunch of different types. And one thing that you'll notice over here is you see something that says non-burnable. The WUI, the wildland urban interface, those homes that are adjacent to these natural landscapes get bundled in that fuel type. It's probably a bad idea. Houses burn. So that configuration of fuels and the understanding of what fuels look like becomes important. The next component that we think about are canopy fuels, the trees. Do these trees look the same? No? For those of you who practice Christmas, what kind of tree do you typically have on Christmas? The Charlie Brown tree, the Charlie Brown one's a horrible one for wildfire, but typically that triangular shaped one, right? But they come in different shapes, they come with different snacks, they come with a whole bunch of different configurations that become important. What does that look like? A bunch of trees. You're looking at the trees from the top level down. That's the canopy cover. Do you notice any gaps in there? Yeah, do you see any configurations in there? Do you see lumpings of specific species? Maybe they group together in specific ways. So when you think about fire behavior modeling and understanding, there's different components of this stuff that we have to have an understanding of, right? What are some of them? The first part is canopy cover. What's the density of those trees within a specific geography? Believe it or not, that's a management decision. There's a policy implication. And if you look at those configurations and the constructs, different forests have different thresholds that are associated with what's considered normal. What are we looking at now? We're looking at the same forest but from the side. So instead of looking at the top down, we're looking at the side of a tree, right? And how those are configured. And things to think about there is how tall are those trees? How big are those trees, right? Again, thinking about policy decisions, we have rules in place that incentivize cutting down trees of a certain size and preventing cutting down trees of a different size. There's also rules in place to actually identify the configuration of which trees you can cut down if they're adjacent to a riparian area, the area next to a river or stream, so on and so forth. This configuration is largely driven by policy. The next thing that you see is canopy base height, right? I want you to envision this, lock this into your memory. This is the height between the surface fuels, those fuels that you see on the ground, and the top limb of a tree, right? And sometimes those things are interconnected. Sometimes you'll see trees where those limbs are all the way down to the ground. There's no separation. Sometimes you're going to put in a management action where you go into a specific geography and you're going to clear all that vegetation 10, 15 feet up. And you're going to disconnect the canopy fuels from the surface fuels, right? Ecologically based, policy driven, right? You're going to see a pattern. Next thing to think about is canopy bulk density. Now, what I want you to envision here, see that red box? Imagine taking a red box and putting it into the top part of a forest, and then taking all the vegetation and limbs that you have in that area and then measuring how heavy it is. So the more stuff you have in there and you light it, it's probably going to be a bigger fire. The less stuff you have in there, it's going to be a little bit less. So that canopy bulk density becomes a really good indicator of how fire moves within a canopy itself. The other thing that you're going to notice, if you look at this cross section here, do you notice that it's homogeneous? No, it's going to change depending on what the structure is of how you have that canopy built up, right? So if you have an area where you have a bunch of shrubs in the community that you want to protect the shrubs because you like the shrubs, and you have them connected with the forest on top of them, you have a lot of crown bulk density all the way up, and you have interconnectivity between those surface fuels and those canopy fuels. That's a dangerous situation, right? Now, I promise you this is the only graph I have. There's interconnections between these different components. And the main thing I want you to look at is that red line and the green line. The red line is drought. The green line is a normal activity type. And what it's basically showing you at the end of the day is that there's a threshold associated with how fast wind needs to be in order to carry a crown fire. We're going to talk about crown fires in a second. And that droughts really drop that threshold. It makes it a lot easier for those crown fire activities to occur. And something that's green is a lot slower. With climate change, these oscillations and what's happening in these curves become more extreme, right? So that's a climate change implication on basic fire ecology, right? So these things are starting to interconnect, intertwine. Next thing to think about is these arrangements in both space and time. A fancy way of saying this is spatial heterogeneity, but just how things are clumped and how things are interconnected in space and time. This is a land use, a land policy decision. You could choose to put a golf course adjacent to a forest, between a forest and a housing community. That could be a policy choice. And if you do something like that, you're creating a break in that environment. You could choose to create agricultural fields in that same sort of configuration, right? Those are policy choices that you do. And what that does is it sets up a configuration of patchiness that could directly impact how fire regimes are deployed within a specific landscape. Barriers to fire, right? And I totally lost track of time, so where is my time tracker? There, I'm just gonna keep looking at you. Barriers to fire spread. And there's some things that make sense. Do you think fire could go across the lake? Nah, that's great. Let's use that when we're building our defense. Doesn't really go across rocky areas. Could fire burn where fires occurred beforehand? Yes, and sometimes more intensively, right? So the condition of that previous burn becomes important. If you're able to do a prescribed burn, which is good fire, you can get that on the landscape, you can reduce those surface fuels. You can create a break between the surface fuels and the camping fuels, so you have a healthy ecosystem. If you have a large-scale fire where you have huge mortality, you're just going to make the next fire that goes in that area much more severe, right? And that's where you talk about the fuel types and the vegetation breakouts. Roads. Traditionally, you think that's where fire stops. No, not always. Sometimes these fires go right over those roads, and I'll show you how that works. And it's all basically built up of a whole wide variety of fire behavior characteristics. And again, I want you to understand these terms because there's a lot of policies built around them. The first concept I want you to think about is flame length. It's not how tall it is, it's how long it is, right? And flame length, there's a lot of management actions that are focused on it. If you have a flame length larger than 4 feet, 4 feet or below, you can send firefighters in. 8 feet and below, you can send, what's the right number?
That's right.
Oh, there, thank you, Sarah. Keep defaulting to Sarah. 8 feet or below, or thereabouts, I'm looking at Mark as well, correct me if I get this wrong. 8 feet and below, you can put in mechanical. If it's above that, get out of the way. It's going to be very hard to stop it. You might want to put in tankers or do water drops in that area. So flame length becomes one of these things that you're going to see a lot of folks making decisions around. Think about it. And understanding what that flame length is and how it changes over time is something you're going to have to conceptualize. The second component is rate of spread. How fast is this thing moving? And what's scary about this is that every year or two, we're finding fires moving at faster paces than we've ever seen before. A lot of that is driven by wind events, right? And how those fuels are conditioned in different topographic situations. And when we're thinking about how climate change is impacting things, one of the main drivers, in addition to changing flame length, is how fast these fires are moving. We know these things are going to be a lot more variable than what we've seen in the past. Next component is spotting. How far out do these fires go? Ember showers might be another term you hear. Remember Charlie Brown Christmas Tree? Right? Remember that whole thing? What happens when that thing burns, all that heat goes up that tree and gets concentrated at the tip of where that tree is. It lights up and it launches like a missile. And some of these things can go miles out. And what typically hits the WUI first is a shower of these embers that create the fire, not necessarily the flaming front. So getting a good understanding of what spotting is and what these potential ember shower constructs could look like become important. Because it's not only important to protect things around the house, it's also important to reduce those emperor shower loads that might be 1 or 2 watersheds away. That might be the critical choke point. And it's going to be landscape specific. And it needs to be understood and addressed. Second component, crown fire activity. How does fire, if you have fire on the ground, you're a happy camper for the most cases. That's good fire, you want that. You're jumping up and down and like, yeah, let it burn. As soon as it gets into the canopy, uh-oh. As soon as it starts moving across the canopy, from canopy chunk to canopy chunk, and you have an active fire, all kinds of catastrophic things become more likely. Once you have an independent fire, right, where these canopies are lighting up by themselves, these are more rare, but with climate change, these are becoming much more frequent. Those are complete uncontrolled scenarios, and those are things you're trying to manage against. And what you typically see in these sequences is you see fires traditionally start somewhere on the surface, they get caught into some sort of ladder fuels, they get carried into the canopy, and then they become big things. It's the traditional way that you see fire moving across the landscape. Not always. Fire's strange. It does its own thing. But this is a traditional pattern. Now, if you're looking at this, the easiest place to do an intervention is on the surface fuels and the ladder fuels, right? And creating breaks. Those are things that you need to be thinking about. Fire intensity is another fire characteristic that you need to think about. Like I just said beforehand, there's good fire and there's bad fire. Good fire is a place where you have just enough energy on the ground to reduce the surface, to reduce fuel loads. It reintroduces nutrients back into the system. It's great, right? As you get more intense fire, what happens, again, how many of you guys have ever been on a hike? Stood in the first one? I love it, thank you guys. When you're standing on that forest floor, don't jump up to it. When you're standing on that forest floor and you go up and down, there's a duff layer, right? And there's soil underneath it. There's a seed bank. All that forest is dropping a bunch of seeds in that area. What happens with extreme fire or severe fire, you're burning all that stuff out. Not only do you burn the trees and the shrubs, you're burning the duff layer, you're burning the seed bank, you're burning the soil down to mineral soil. Some of these fires get so hot that the only thing that's left is ash and rock. Now imagine doing this over like 1 million acres, right? And where the seed bank that you need to grow back into that area might be miles and miles and miles out. It's going to take hundreds of years for that to come back in, right? And with climate change, the climate regimes are going to be different, so you don't know what it's going to come back like. So our goal is to try to eliminate high severity fires and maximize low severity fires in places to get these fire regimes back into sync. So this fire severity becomes a critical policy question, a critical management question when you're thinking through things. Second component is the topography. We're not going to, I guess we could change mountains. We're not going to change mountains very frequently, but it has a huge impact on how this stuff works. Again, how many of you guys have gone to Lake Tahoe? Right? What happens? You're driving, you go to Sacramento, it's like agricultural lands, then you go up, there's shrublands, then you get like this savanna ecosystem mix where you have like shrubs and trees every now and then you're going to hit a timber layer and all you see is trees all over the place, and then you hit your ski resort. What happens when you hit your ski resorts? There's trees, and then you get onto the top of it, and then it's just rock, and then ice. That's an elevation gradient. And that elevation gradient is driven by precipitation patterns and temperature patterns that dictate how that vegetation manifests itself on the ground. And with climate change, what's happening is shifting this gradient. Things get hotter, and they move up this gradient in ways we haven't seen before. So all those management policies that we had beforehand all of a sudden change, because the way that this vegetation is manifesting itself in these areas is going to be shifting. The other thing that's interesting is aspect. So this, what I want you to conceptualize, is like you're standing on a mountain and you're looking downhill. Whatever direction you're facing is the aspect. And because of the way the sun is set up and how much energy is put onto the ecosystem, there's a dry side of a mountain because that gets more solar radiation. And there's a wet side of the mountain, more precipitation, right? More moisture. The fuel characteristics in both of those situations are going to be different. Where north is going to typically be greener, more vegetation. South is going to have less. North is up in this one. What do you guys see that? Do you see the northern parts where you have, hey, look, there's vegetation built out here, and the stuff on the bottom part, there's less? That has consequences. The topographic design and configuration in terms of how you build policy and how you identify where to put things is important. It's really important for your fuel moisture characteristics. How dry are those fuels when you're making a decision, and where do you prioritize management action? The second component is the slope, how steep that slope is. Remember, we talked about flame length. That's like the angle of how these things move, right? It's not the height, it's the angle. Now, if you're on a slope, right, and you have that flame length moving up, the contact period between the top of that flame and the vegetation on the top part of that slope, is it closer or further apart? Closer. Is that good or bad? Bad, right? So in places where you have a lot of slope, steep terrain, fire behavior is going to move faster up those slopes most of the time. You have situations where actually fires move down slope. That's a whole other thing. And then the channels themselves, right? And so the topography is going to channelize where that wind actually occurs. If you've ever been in a canyon and it's been windy and you're in a certain configuration, you feel that there's a lot more wind in one direction. You slightly move over to another side, there's a lot less wind. A lot of the utility failures that we have are direct results because of those microclimatic situations and configurations. If you go to like a place like Malibu, what do they have down there? The Santa Ana winds. Have you guys heard of that phrase beforehand? Santa Ana winds. And so there's a bunch of wind coming basically from Las Vegas, rushing across the country, going up and over the mountains, hitting these channels. Basically, it's like a hair dryer. I don't know much about hair, but it's like a hair dryer. And you're basically blowing down this area. And if you ever like had a campfire and you blew on a campfire, what happens? It goes faster. Same thing. So this channeling becomes really, really important. Which gets me into the third part of the conversation, the weather itself, and how that fits into all of this, right? And this is where the climate change components become scary. Temperature, right? We know that temperatures are rising, and the way that it's going to impact all this stuff is that it's going to change that elevation gradient where vegetation actually is. The variability in temperature is also going to create a situation where we have more conditioned fuels on the ground. So the fuels that we currently have are more conditioned to burn, right? The second component is relative humidity. How moist is it, right, out there? The variability in that value with climate change, there's going to be more variability in it. That also impacts how fuels are going to be conditioned on the ground. The third component to think about is precipitation. We're going to have more and less. Oh, hey, Dave, more precipitation. How's that bad for wildfire? That's a great question, right? What does fire need to burn? Fuel. What happens when you put more rain on the ground? More fuel. What happens when you put more fuels on the ground because they have more precipitation, then all of a sudden it gets a lot drier? Better conditioned fuels, right? So the stuff like just feeds on itself in these super complicated ways where you might have like a super wet year, massive green up, massive grow out, then it gets a super dry summer. Now all those fuels are conditioned and ready to go. No management actions occurred, something happens, we're not going to assign blame to anything, and then that thing blows up. And Mark, you've seen this before, right? And then you start getting these parts that fit together, right? And so, and again, you're going to see a lot more of this with climate change. This is some work done by Roger Bales and Mike Goulden at the UC systems, where on the I lied, this is the second graph, I'm sorry. On the x-axis is time, on the y-axis is both temperature and precipitation. The bars are precipitation, the dotted line is temperature. My glasses. All right, and what I want you to see is those two red bars. The first red bar is a drought. The second red bar is also a drought. That first red bar is a drought that's cool. Temperature's low, right? The second red bar is a drought that's hot. A hot, dry drought. We're seeing a lot more of these things pop up, right? And you can create an index around this. This is the graphs I was showing you here. Oh, perfect, 10 minutes is fine. The graphs that I was showing here are basically graphs that are coming out of the Pyrogens program This is a hot and dry index. This actually measures in near real time where that variable is. And this is from a couple of years ago. But what we're seeing is that these patterns are increasing over time. And the ramification of it is that you end up with massive dieback, right? And then the little graph over there, you guys can squint your eyes and see it. This is a USDA report. And what you'll see is that dieback moving up that elevation gradient across the Sierras. And that's like, I think what they're counting is like close to 150 million dead trees. Big, massive trees. And as they die and they're standing, at some point they're gonna fall. And what you end up with is these massive fuel loads. We talked about that? In large configurations. And when you have those in large configurations, what happens to that stuff when it actually lights, right? It creates its own set of challenges. And so there was some work done by Danny Fry here. He was a grad student at UC Berkeley, part of the preparedness program. He was just showing how this potentially changed fire regimes that we have in California. Because the nature of the fuels is changing. The nature of the climate that created those fuels is changing. Maybe we're gonna have a situation where those fire regimes are gonna look a lot different, where we're not gonna have the same sort of recovery period that we did beforehand, or we'll have elevated risk over an extended period of time that our policies don't match up to, right? These are huge sets of complexities that you guys need to at least ask questions about, interrogate, push on, you know? That was, the one that I showed you beforehand was done in the Sierra Nevadas. This is the same thing, but in Hubbard Brook on the East Coast. So there's patterns of this happening on the West Coast. There's patterns happening of this stuff happening on the East Coast. And with some of the international programs that we have, we see these sorts of patterns happening globally. Australia is happening at a fast place. Morocco has a fire problem. Saudi Arabia, put that one in your head, has a fire problem. We see an acceleration of this over time. And connected to that is, it goes back to those management interactions, where what you're looking at is like, if you prevent fire in a certain area, the vegetation types convert, and it excludes fires for a certain period of time. And then when fire gets reintroduced into that landscape, you have a high fire severity area where you reduce or eliminate the potential gene pool associated or seed pool associated with that area, and you're gonna have a hard time recovering. And this is another example which we could talk to, that will take me 10 minutes, which I'm not gonna do right now. Okay. Then you have the atmospheric stability component. Most of the fires that we've had beforehand are these wind-driven events, right? Wind flows, the Santa Anas, the Diablos, you've seen these things. The part that's becoming scarier and scarier are these plume-dominated events. And so what I want you to think about here is, imagine, again, you guys have played with a campfire, you put your hands over a campfire, what happens? It's hot, you feel energy being released. If you go back to Danny's fuel load and you burn up all those logs, that's a bunch of energy that's being released up and into the atmosphere. What happens when you get high up into the atmosphere? When you're on a plane, is it cold? It's cold, right? The higher you go up, the colder it gets. All that energy cools down, all that particulate matter cools down, and it collapses, that column collapses back on top of itself, onto those same fuels, like you're blowing on it again. What happens to that fire? It releases more energy. So what happens is that the ecology, both the atmospheric science and the fire science become coupled, and you have a place where that fire is driving itself. There's a bunch of research being done to try to identify what these patterns are, how they change over time, and how climate change can potentially impact that. And in the state of California, what we were trying to do is try to identify what those major climate regimes are. What are those major fire regimes? How are they shifting? What kind of policies need to be put into place to actually deal with it? That's now. Now, if you look at the trajectories of where we're going, it's terrifying. So we're entering into these scenarios. They call these no analog scenarios, scenarios that we haven't seen before. The models that we built in the past aren't going to be ready for us to be, they're not appropriate for us to use for future policy decisions. So there's huge efforts underway right now to try to figure out how can we change the way we're doing our science to do faster learning to deal with this scenario, because this sort of scenario has economic consequences at scale, right? And that's the sort of charge that I give you guys. We're going to end a couple minutes early, so if you have questions. This is the charge that I give you guys, because all the policies And all of the management constructs that you're talking about, at the end of the day, are a function of how the climate is changing and the management actions we actually have. Thank you. Time for a question, no?
Yeah, sure.
I got 2 minutes for a question. Yes. If you can't state your name and the organization that you're with.
I'm a reporter at KQED.
Oh,
I was wondering, do you know how climate change is impacting wind?
there is a whole bunch of science out there, and Alex Hall is one of the folks that we actually collaborate with quite a bit at UCLA, and there's a whole bunch of projections on that. And for the climate change models, one of the hardest variables to actually predict is wind, just in general. That's the hardest thing to predict, and that's the biggest driver of how fire regimes actually shift. And if you want to follow up, we could do that after. How many of you guys feel smarter about fire ecology? Oh, my job is done. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I want to thank him for starting us off. I would now like to introduce our first panel, titled Mitigating Fire Disaster, Land Management, and Human Settlement. This panel is going to be moderated by Amanda Riddle, who is the managing partner of the Corey, Luze, Degataldi, and Riddle firm. Amanda is a USF law alumna who is actively involved in the USF community, and she litigates many wildfire and disaster-related cases. I will turn it over to her to introduce the panelists, but first I just want to make a brief comment about questions. There's no cards and pencils on all of your tables. It would be great if you have questions. The panel will end with the Q&A, and I or one of my staffers will come and collect those. Thank you, Amanda.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. First of all, forgive my voice. I am battling a cold this morning. As Hank said, I graduated from USF in 2001, so I am in my 25th year of practice. For the last 15 years, I have predominantly represented survivors of utility-caused wildfires and explosions in California. Generally, our favorite friends, PG&E and Southern California Edison, who are our biggest culprits in our state. I was liaison counsel in the 2010 San Bruno explosion cases, liaison counsel in the 2015 Butte fire cases, and one of the attorneys who negotiated with PG&E during their bankruptcy the $13.5 billion settlement for wildfire survivors. And I'm currently liaison counsel on the Eaton fire cases. The Eaton fire was one of the 2 LA fires that happened last January. So a wildfire is an unplanned, uncontrolled fire that spreads through wildlands. While lightning strikes do start some of our wildfires in California, predominantly 85 to 90% of our wildfires are actually human caused. Arson, fireworks, smoking, prescribed fires that get out of control, anything that causes a spark. And again, famously, our utilities, which have caused about 10 to 15% of our wildfires in the last couple of decades. Pacific Gas and Electric Company, Southern California Edison, and San Diego Gas and Electric. But the ignition source is not the only problem. We have a problem of spread. These fires have become more deadly and more destructive over the last 2 decades. Sorry, I don't normally read my notes, but I'm, like I said, still kind of recovering here. So in the last 20 years especially, here in California, those wildfires have increasingly spread out of control and have spread out of wildlands and into populated urban environments. California does tend to be the home of the most deadly and destructive wildfires we have in our country, but unfortunately, we are now seeing this phenomenon across the country. New Mexico, Colorado, last year, North Carolina, New Jersey, of course, lots of fires up in Canada. So our panel of experts this morning is going to talk about the efforts that we should focus on to mitigate the risk of wildfires. As I always say, I would love people to put me out of business. If we did not have wildfires, I would not be so busy. So we are very focused on mitigating the risk of wildfires, minimizing the risk of the destructiveness and the deadliness of our wildfires. So how do we manage our wildlands? How do we manage our fuel loads? How do we manage our built environment in order to mitigate the wildfire risk? So let me introduce our panel of experts. First, did that just go dead? No, it didn't. Okay, just moved it. First, right next to me, we have Sarah Clark. She is a public interest attorney who emphasizes beneficial use and tribal cultural practices in wildfire mitigation strategies. Next to Sarah, we have Professor Shelley Saxer from Pepperdine School of Law. Professor Saxer focuses on liability issues and utility accountability related to wildfire mitigation efforts, as well as using local land use tools to build community resilience in climate disasters. And next to Professor Saxer is Professor Bill Siembiada. He is from Cal Poly SLO. Professor Siembiada contributes an urban planning and resilience perspective to address wildfire risks in communities. We were also supposed to have on our panel today Forrest Schaefer, who is the Deputy Director of the Governor's California Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force, but in a little twist of irony, Forrest was called to jury duty this week and is on a jury and was unable to join us today. So we're going to go down the line. Each of our panelists is going to present, and then we'll get into some questions. So Sarah.
Thank you.
Turn this on.
Okay, is this on now? Yeah? Okay. Very weird, you can't tell up here whether the mics are working, which I guess is a good thing. Not on. Okay, not working. Switch it on. I can project, but I prefer not to. Okay, there we go. Good. Wonderful. So my name is Sarah Clark, and I am an attorney at Shute, Mahaly & Weinberger. I'm located here in San Francisco. And I'm going to talk to you for the next 10 or 12 minutes or so on the law and policy of beneficial fire. My background, I've worked at the same firm for the last 15 years, but really it's been the last 9 years or so that I've really focused on this topic. It started because I had land trust clients and tribes that were really interested in putting more prescribed fire and cultural fire on the ground, and they needed help with things we'll talk about. But that really led into work in this policy space. And for the last 5 years or so, I've been really focused on state and federal policies in both a legislative context and an administrative context to help increase the pace and scale and use of beneficial fire. This has resulted in a lot of writings and reports and things like that that you can see up on the screen. And one thing I'll note, I'm really bummed that Forrest isn't here today. I've done a lot of work with the Governor's Task Force. And I'll put in just a little plug because he can't. If you're interested in these topics, the task force is a really great way to see what's happening and to be kept abreast of all of the policy actions that are happening in the state with respect to wildfire resilience and beneficial fire. They host quarterly meetings. Anyone can attend, and I think that if you're interested, especially for students, it's a good way to sort of see who the players are and to follow along. So with that, why beneficial fire? So I am so delighted that Dr. Shaw was here and presented basically the science behind this lovely map that I have for you, and I don't have to get into too much detail on it. But the basic point in California is that we are in a fire debt, which I know sounds crazy because we all have been experiencing so much wildfire, but we're particularly in a good fire debt or a beneficial fire debt. What this map shows is a fire return interval departure. So fire return interval is the way that scientists talk about the historical norms of fire in our ecosystems. And throughout California, different ecosystems have different fire return intervals. On the low end, you see places that would burn on an annual or 2 to 3 year interval. Other places could be fire return intervals of 30 years. As we have increased fire suppression and a practice of trying to remove fire from our ecosystems, we have increased the amount of time between fires. And that's what is known as this FRID, the fire return interval departure. With a departure from the baseline, we see an increase in fuels, we see a change in that stand composition and structure, and we see an increased wildfire risk that is really related to that fuels component of the triangle that we saw. And that is really acute in the places in this map that are shown in blue. So Northern California, the Sierras, the coastal ranges. And those are the places where beneficial fire is the most important to return because it is allowing a return to a more historic fire regime. It's interesting in Southern California. Southern California is a place where we have actually seen more fire than anticipated on a higher return interval than was ecologically appropriate. And so beneficial fire, I don't want to say it should never be used there, but the contexts are different. And in places where you want to see mature chaparral, for instance, it may not be appropriate to apply beneficial fire on an annual or regular basis. And we have to remember that California is a really diverse place, and the solutions that we have are going to look different. So, why beneficial fire and what is beneficial fire? The state has put the term beneficial fire or good fire to refer to three primary activities. The first is the one that most people know about, prescribed fire. That's what it looks like if you see CAL FIRE or your local fire district or Forest Service out with their engines, their yellow or green Nomex outfits, their hoses, etc. That is the application of fire to land for wildland management goals. It is a highly regulated practice, both under state law and federal law. Folks that are engaged in that activity are red carded or have other qualifications where they've gone through both a lot of practical on the ground training and classroom training to learn how to do this and are certified by their relevant entities. So that's the first thing. The second thing that falls within this is the topic of cultural burning. Cultural burning is what indigenous people have engaged in since time immemorial, and it is one large part of why our ecosystems look the way that they do. So there's been scientific analysis about how much fire, when we had our historic fire regimes, like what did that look like on the California landscape? It was smoky, there was a lot of fire, and a lot of it was caused intentionally by indigenous people. So estimates indicate that between 4.5 and 6 million acres in California burned annually. If you were here in 2020 and you remember what that was like, that was 1 million acres. So we had a lot more fire in the state, but in a lot of very different conditions than what we see now. Cultural burning is that practice that indigenous people have used, and I think the thing that's really important to highlight is that while the outcomes of cultural burning can be very similar to prescribed fire, it's a cultural practice, and it should be treated very differently. We'll talk a little bit about some of the ways in which law and policy have implications there. Finally, the last thing that falls under the beneficial fire umbrella is wildfire managed for resource benefit. I know that is a mouthful. Some people say managed fire, and then all the firefighters get angry and say, well, all fire is managed fire, which is true. However, this particular term is used to refer to management activities in the course of responding to a wildfire that effectively allow wildfire unintentional ignitions to be used for beneficial purposes. It can be referred to as a let it burn policy, but again, we do not like that word because it implies things are out of control. So this is the mouthful that we have come up with. It is most often used on public lands, so our federal land management agencies, although it is something that CAL FIRE is looking at as well. Okay, so I'm going to spend a little bit of time now talking through each of the law and policy barriers and ramifications for increasing the use of beneficial fire. If you want to get more good fire on the ground, what is stopping us, what is making it harder to do so. I'm going to cover 3 of these law and policy areas in relatively quick order, and then happy to get into any of them in greater detail in the panel and Q&A. The first thing that comes to mind for everyone is, worry about liability. And this is indeed how I got into this particular line of work. So first off, I do want to note that prescribed fire is exceedingly safe as a practice. I know Amanda mentioned it, and I know we can think of some examples where it's gone badly, but 99% of prescribed fires go off without a hitch, completely safe, stay within their containment lines. And for those 1% that do involve sort of going outside the burn envelope, very few of them result in actual damage. They may have a slap-over event where it burns adjacent natural areas, but very few go on to cause harm. So, but when we still have to think about that, we're in that low likelihood, high risk sort of scenario. And so liability we think of in sort of three different ways, because we have to think about the things that could happen. One is someone on the burn could get injured, or there could be damage to a house, adjacent to a place where you're trying to do prescribed fire or cultural burn. Second, you could burn down your neighbor's home. That's third-party damages. And third, you could have CAL FIRE or another agency turn around and respond and then send you a bill. And so those are all the kinds of things that could go awry in a beneficial fire context that parties have to worry about. And this has been repeatedly cited. These concerns about this liability have been repeatedly cited by beneficial fire practitioners as a reason why they are hesitant to engage in the use of prescribed fire. So what we have done here in California, in really a remarkable turn of events, where California has led the way for a number of other Western states, is we've tried to address these liability concerns through a number of changes at the state level. So first, we've looked at changes to those liability standards. So basically the likelihood that a burner would be held liable if something went wrong. This is changes in tort. And really looked at changing that first across the board, realized that if we did that, we'd leave third parties carrying the risk of prescribed fire, and that felt inequitable and inappropriate. So we really looked at changing the liability standards only for those suppression costs, where it's okay that the state continues to hold that cost for having people respond to prescribed fires. The second is we established a prescribed fire claims fund. So prescribed fire can be covered by insurance, but not always. It can be hard to find coverage and it can be very expensive. This is a place where the state has set up a pilot program so that folks can basically have insurance. If there are third parties that are harmed or damaged, the state can pay that claims fund. One thing I'll note, we're in our third year. We've covered over 27,000 acres of projects, and we have not had a single claim. So it goes back to the safety of it. And then finally, waivers and indemnifications. This is like really in the nerdy stuff for lawyers. But I spend a lot of time on contracts trying to allocate risk between parties that are involved, and it's a really important place for people to understand how those liability concerns are being addressed. Next, I wanted to spend just a brief moment talking about cultural burning and some of the law and policy work related to that. So most tribes consider cultural burning to be a cultural practice or an unceded right, something that they want to do under indigenous knowledge or traditional ecological knowledge, and that they feel like it is an inappropriate infringement on sovereignty if state and local governments are trying to regulate that or enforce on it or permit it. And so that need to try and really preserve tribal sovereignty in this realm has been a big part of my work. I'm happy to note that in California, we had a pretty groundbreaking law get passed 2 years ago called SB 310, which recognizes tribal sovereignty with respect to cultural burning for the first time. And rather than having the state permit the activity through burn permits and smoke management permits, we created a mechanism whereby the state and tribes could enter into sovereign-to-sovereign agreements to accommodate the practice. So it's essentially an agreement in lieu of permitting, which I know can sound arcane, but is really a method of preserving sovereignty. We're also trying to do something similar on federal lands. For those of you that know much about California Native history, you may know that much of tribal ancestral territory is now controlled by the federal government, and tribes are still really interested in caring for those places. There's not currently a good mechanism for tribes to be able to engage in cultural burning on publicly administered lands, because the federal government wants to put it in the bucket of prescribed fire, make folks get red cards, make folks wear the proper PPE, and to comply with burn plans and other sort of Western requirements. We're looking at ways right now in the federal system of trying to accommodate that as a tribal right, and to make sure that while the practice would be coordinated with federal officials, it would not be something that is subject to their approval or oversight. Finally, I just wanted to spend a minute talking about kind of cutting the green tape initiatives and some of the ways in which our really important environmental laws go a bit haywire in this context. So prescribed fire in particular has been treated as a federal action or state action in most contexts when we're looking at laws like CEQA and NEPA, like the Clean Air Act and like the Endangered Species Act. We treat it as though we're building a road or a highway or allowing a timber cut to happen, when in reality what people are trying to do is mimic a natural process. And so what that does is we create a regulatory environment where we are spending a lot of time and effort trying to comply with the restrictions and regulations that are supposed to protect the environment. That adds increased costs, it causes delay, and frankly it means that a lot of important projects aren't getting done. One of the heartbreaking things from my perspective in this work is the number of projects that I have worked on and tried to help with where we have been caught with catastrophic fire before we could get our projects on the ground because of the amount of time that permitting takes. I grew up doing environmental law. I love these background laws. It is so important that we maintain their strength, but it is heartbreaking to see them cause this problem to be worse and for us to select for the exact worst kind of fires. And so looking at really smart permitting reform to try and get to the heart of this, to make sure that our environmental laws are making sure we select for the right projects but aren't preventing us from getting those projects done, is where I have come out at this point in time. I'll note that the state of California has been really active in this space. They have a fast-tracking critical fuels reduction project, emergency order that's going on right now that by all intents has been going really well. But we continue to see some regulatory issues. I'll say that the Clean Air Act space is particularly knotty given the intersection between federal and state laws. But we also still see issues with NEPA, CEQA, and the ESA. So with that, I will stop here and hand it to our next panelist, and then happy to take questions. Thanks.
Oh, this was good. Okay.
Could I just get
This. You want the one up there? Oh, the clicker. Oh, sorry.
clicker?
Go.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
Shelley.
That's okay.
I wrote down the time. Down your time. You started at 10:23. You're good. No,
Keep
that's-
going.
Keep going forward. It went. Oh, that's the main slide that I had to move from.
Got it.
From Sarah and Forrest section
All
to your
right.
section.
Well, first of all, thank you very much to the Law Review for inviting me to the symposium, and Professor Kaswan, a dear friend for many years since she began teaching here. I come from Pepperdine, where I teach property, land use, environmental law. I have included in your materials 2 articles, which are the articles where I have talked about wildfires. One of them involves local tools for dealing with disasters. And then the other one is about paying for disasters. That comes from the idea of what Amanda has worked on, and Sarah as well, I guess. And so these pictures that you see come from Malibu, and 3 of them from the Pepperdine campus. One that you can see maybe students being sheltered in place with the flames outside. Also the flames around our theme tower, and then flames around our campus, the stairs leading up. So I certainly have seen over the 30-some years that I've been teaching at Pepperdine a lot of wildfire situations there. So first, I'm going to talk about resilience, sustainability, disaster, risk management that applies to wildfires. And this goes along with disaster risk management. The idea that we want to make sure, if we are trying to look at risk management, that we use adaptive governance, adaptive management. What does that mean? It means that we look at the ecosystems and disruption of those systems and try to make sure that we're looking at the resilience of those systems so that they don't completely go out of balance. And this is really Dr. Saad's emphasis as well, that our policy making has to look at the natural systems as well as the social systems involved in that. And we also have to keep in mind social justice as we make these policy decisions. But local government is really key to this, and we have, after me, Dr. Symbieta is going to really talk about this at the local planning level, because we've got to control the land use patterns, development, the infrastructure, and it's the local residents who really experience the effects of these disasters. And so if we look at wildfire planning, we shouldn't just restrict that to the fire function of the governments. It needs to involve all of the local planning officials. And that includes the water districts as well. So some of the local tools that we're looking at would be to make sure that the local community is involved in drafting the wildfire regulations, that we've even got incentives down to the neighborhood levels, because the neighborhoods are going to be the ones that respond first. Your neighbors, you should get to know your neighbors, because we can't wait until the officials come in. And when we, again, going back to the idea of adaptive management and governance, we can't just implement these regulations and put them into place and then leave them. We've got to go back. We've got to see what has happened over the year or 2 years, and then re-examine, adjust them, make sure that they're working. So it is an ongoing process. We've got to look at fire-resistant vegetation, weed abatement, the defensible space that we have, keep looking at fire-resistant materials, and then keep updating community plans. So mitigation, it's hard to talk about mitigation is really trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which we can do at the local level. But more likely, what we're going to have to do at the local level is adaptation. And adaptation is really resistance. We can talk about, again, physical structures or easements or borders. And again, when we talk about patterns of land use, this is where, as Dr. Saad was talking about, we've got golf courses and the location of where they're placed. We might have, again, well, the second thing would be adjustment. We might have engineering technology innovations. We can look at modifying insurance, tort law, improving public health and safety systems, and then relocation. And that means restricting development and then maybe prohibiting rebuilding. Bill and I talked about this last night, just saying abandoning communities, just saying we cannot protect you if you're going to build here. And so we might have to abandon that. That's tough because people want to rebuild where they were located. And there are some funds. FEMA has had programs where they have agreed to use funds to buy people out in conjunction with local communities to allow people to relocate. I've been told by people who are involved in this, who have had military experience, that you don't want to use the word retreat when we're talking about adaptation. you should use relocate, because retreat is never a good word to use. So again, adaptive governance and management, that again is just going back, keep monitoring, keep changing your systems, keep up the communication between fire officials, local government, community. One thing I will say, as I was going through and preparing these slides and just kind of doing a summary of one of the articles that I included, I wanted to give a little, visual. So I went out to the internet to pick a little graphic image. And there are so many images out there, which tells me that there has been so much work done in this area. But why? This is not new. This is not new, all of these ideas. This has been done, but why isn't it happening? And maybe it is happening. And Bill is going to tell us about that, where it has been happening. But it seems to me that all of this information is out there. This is nothing new. Just why isn't it happening more? Okay, so some of the local tools, just running through this, we've got our regular planning, zoning, we've got the flexibility tools, variances, conditional use permits. The municipal codes can do more about incorporating urban-rural interface standards to try to, again, place things appropriately so that you've got more, what do I want to say? Well, you've got more borders, but anyway, that you don't have the extreme risk property so dense that you try to spread it out. The golf courses is a good example of doing that. You can try to use exactions to get, when you've got development, to try to get the easements that are necessary, but of course those exactions have to be essential, and they've got to be proportional, or else they're going to be considered an unconstitutional taking. So communities have to make sure that that's done properly. You can use impact fees for infrastructure burdens, but again, those are going to be scrutinized under new Supreme Court precedents. And green development in terms of building codes, et cetera, conservation easements, trying to do more localized renewable energy. These are all things that can help us have better resilience in our local communities. Interface with the state. Now, many of you know about California Assembly Bill 3074, Zone 0, making sure that we've got creation of this ember-resistant zone within 5 feet of a structure in the high fire hazard areas. And the rules are supposed to apply. I think that's coming up, in a couple of months, it's got to be ready. And then existing, that's for new structures. And then 3 years after that is set in place, it's going to apply to existing structures. The focus is going to be on home hardening strategies, but there's been a lot of concerns, at least certainly in Southern California, that when we start doing that, Zone 0, that we're removing shade and protection from noise and pollution from the nearby freeways, and also the expense. There are some grants that are available, but the expense is the concern, as well as, again, shade, protection from noise pollution. The thing that I have spent time on, and this is in the Paying for Disasters, is, and this is definitely I believe what Amanda has focused on. This is the California inverse condemnation for wildfire damages. And how many of you know that this is the basis upon which a lot of these utility companies are being held liable? This is what's called strict liability without fault. This is not tort liability. We shouldn't even say strict liability. How's my time going?
You're fine. You're
I'm
at
okay?
11 minutes. You're great.
Okay. And this is what got me interested in writing about wildfire to begin with, and any kind of disaster, is I was surprised to learn that there's something called a damagings clause in about 27 state constitutions. And, oh, I'm sorry, thank you. And it is included in state constitutions in the inverse condemnation, well, it's in the essentially Fifth Amendment equivalent under state constitutions, and it says that property cannot be taken or damaged for public use without just compensation. And this goes back in history based upon when railroads were given the right to take property to build railroads. And when they were doing that, they sometimes would just cut into hills to build the railroad, and they would compensate the owners of the land that they took, but they would leave other landowners high and dry without any access. So the state said, well, that's not right. The other landowners who were left without any access to their property should be compensated. So they added to the state constitutions, or damaged, okay? And about 27 states did this, including California. And so what it says is, if there is property that is being used, or if the government is taking or damaging for a public use your property, you need to be compensated. And if public utilities, like a railroad, like electric companies, are given the power of eminent domain to take property, and they are operating for the public use, and they damage property just by providing electricity for a public use that we all benefit from, then if in the provision of electricity your property is damaged, they have to pay. Inverse condemnation. And that is the basis for their liability. Okay, so that, you don't have to prove fault. It's not based on fault. It's a regulatory taking. So, this is what's been going on under the California Constitution. Other states have not gone this far. It originally started with floodings. It was not based on wildfire. It was based on floodings. So, anyway, County of Los Angeles has now filed a lawsuit against Southern California Edison. Southern California Edison has now filed a lawsuit against the county, against the water districts for not having enough money. So what you see in all of this is everybody suing each other. And who is making money from this? I'm sorry. But it's true. The lawyers are making money from this. And the problem is that we're all responsible. All of us are in this, right? We all want electricity. We all need that. And so what California did is they came up with well, we gotta have this big fund and everybody's gotta pay into it. But now the problem is that we established this fund in 2020, I think it was.
2019.
2019, but now the utilities, to give them incentives, they're limited in their liability to like 4 billion?
No, they're not capped.
They're not capped?
They're not capped. It's an insurance policy for them, but their liability is not capped.
Okay, good. Because somebody's got to pay for this, and the insurance companies now. So that's for this afternoon. Oh,
No, you're good. Yeah.
but I just want to close with this. This also goes to the Maui wildfire situation. And in Maui, I think they also came up trying to avoid all of this suing back and forth, tried to come up with a global settlement. And Hawaii actually has a damaging clause in the Hawaii Constitution. I think they were the last state. They were the last state to come into the Union, right? Yeah, and so they were the last state to add this damagings clause, which could also be used, but so far it has not been used in Hawaii at all. So how do we deal with this? How do we pay for these disasters? It is still a problem because there are people who end up having to bear the burden of the costs of these wildfires. And we're all going to have to figure out how to deal with it. Thank you.
That's it? Okay. So can I need a little bit of help here to bring the next?
Sure. You want to get to your slides?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Which
Here.
one?
This arrow that way.
This arrow there?
Yeah, whenever you want to move to your
Great.
next slide.
Great.
Is that microphone on
Thank
for him?
you. I appreciate being invited to come and speak to you today. The big advantage of listening to me is that I'm not a lawyer. I'm a land use planner. I'm a professor of urban planning at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. But I've had an extensive experience with hazard mitigation around the world and in California. So I'm going to talk about emerging land use strategies for the wildland urban interface in California today. And you can tell from the previous talks and the previous presentations, there's a lot going on. So there's a lot of interest, but we need a new way of understanding how to deal with this from a more local base. So the key concepts for my presentation today are: one, fire is not like other hazard. It moves where there is fuel that can be ignited. And if we think about the earlier science presentation, which it set the tone for this perfectly. So it's not like other natural hazards because the fuel, it's fuel-based problem. If there wasn't vegetative fuel, if there wasn't structures around, if there's less vegetation, there's going to be less fires. Damages, it depends on the number of structures and what happens. So the first idea is that if we think as for mitigation, as mitigation, land use mitigation, if you think about pathways and disruptions, these are sort of emerging concepts now that they don't come from fire science, even though we're happy to have all the fire science that we're doing now, but they emerge from the fact of suppression as the primary strategy of mitigation is failed. And you can tell how it's failed by how much money the state of California is paying now for suppression activities throughout the state. So the key concept here is think pathways and disruption. If you can change the pathway of a fire or disrupt it in certain ways, you give time for the suppression people to come and put the fire out, or you give time for people to exit and run away. So think pathways and discussion, that's a key concept. So it's not, and one of the issues that all of us will address in dealing with wildfire is that we look at flooding and we say, well, how do we address flooding? And we looked at seismic, earthquakes, and we said, how do we approach earthquakes? Well, in California, we've done earthquake work wonderfully, and we set up the idea of the building can break or crack in an earthquake, but the people won't die. So this is life cycle, so people will be able to live on after an earthquake, but the buildings may not be workable and you have to rebuild them or adjust them. So that's one thing. In floodways, the same way. That floodways are a different way of looking at the world. And my struggle has always been, as a land use planner, is how do we deal with wildfire? So we have, as we spoke this morning, fuels. The second concept is fuels, climate, and topography influence the mitigation outcomes. If you're in an area where there's lots of wind, and the area also has dry spells, or basically climate spells, think hardening of structures, because you're going to get a lot of embers. And think about this as an adaptive practice, and we've heard about this before. We're going to have to do a lot more adaptation than we do now. Third key concept today is to apply land use controls and building codes that can reduce the fire spread. So I'm not promoting total elimination of wildfires or catastrophic fires. But you want to basically have the codes and land use controls reduce the fire spread. That means that you build in areas in which you can have more control over what the outcome is than allowing by right to build every place. Right? So this is an informed approach. The last key concept is utilize a spatial approach to promote appropriate local actions. One size does not fit all. I think this morning, the presentation this morning on fire ecology supports that idea of think spatially, or think not every place in the city is the same, not every place in the suburb is the same. So you can have many approaches exist at the same time. Here's my little handmade slide, PowerPoint slide. Now it shows you it's this idea of disruption of fuels and ignition. There are two kinds of fuels that you're going to deal with, or any urban planner is going to deal with. And that is vegetative fuels, which means grasses and trees and shrubs, and structures. That's the other kind of fuel. Since 2005 to now, about 130,000 structures, actually 129,000 structures have been burned in the United States. That's a lot of structures, 129,000 over a 20-year period, right? So the idea is basically to reduce the spread and manage the pathways. And you do this by making sure that as much of the landscape, right, the landscape fuels do not influence the structure. And that's where we're hearing a lot about embers. Get your house hardened, make sure embers don't come in your house. This zero idea of zone zero is another kind of idea of dealing with the landscape part of it. And you do have structure to structure fires. And the structure to structure is simply the same, if the house across the street from you burns down, is it going to burn your house down? Well, that's going to be dependent on how much wind is there. We say if climate science comes into effect, and if the winds are coming up and they're basically over 20 miles an hour, you'll have some sort of ember intrusion, but you won't have any it doesn't mean you can have radiant structure damage. But the idea of looking at structures as a class of fuel and landscape as a class of fuel is helpful from a land use planning point of view. And these are new concepts because in California, we have a required mass general plan legislation, which requires a set of elements. There's about 7 elements, but there's a safety element. In the safety element that's required of every city and every county in California is talk about fire. That's what the safety element says. It doesn't say how, or what you should do about it. It says you have to address fire in the safety element. So most safety elements, if you read them, give you a lot of description of past fire, how many houses could burn, other damages that's available, but they don't really say how land use practice will change or adapt, as we've been told, in relation to this idea. So you have structures, fuels, and you have vegetative fuels. Two big categories. Add to that winds, climate, dryness, you have higher probability of wildfire events. But we don't really, I'm not interested in the probability of wildfire events as the probability of catastrophic events, right? What happened in Los Angeles, that's what we're really interested in, is catastrophic events. Because general wildfires, most of them are put out under the suppression regime in California anyway. Okay, this is another diagram of the same thing of structure to structure, vegetation to vegetation, and vegetation to structure. This is fancier. This is taken from a presentation from Rancho Mission Viejo, which is practicing this idea of having these different kinds of ways that fire can spread and diminishing their probability on their property. Rancho Mission San Diego is about 23,000 acre planted community in Orange County. It's actually probably the best example we have in California to look at pre-event, pre-building, pre-development fire mitigation. Okay. I'm proposing here that you think about adopting what I call the ASCII strategy as a land use framework. The first part of the strategy is avoidance. That means keeping construction out of known hazard areas and reducing risk of ignition within the areas using spatial approaches. And that's again the idea that when you look at canyons and ridges, and they should be treated differently than flatlands. So you can avoid certain areas need avoidance. They need to be kept out of construction keywords. Construction meaning the same thing as structures, out of the way of these areas. So that's one part of the strategy. Not to be used all the time, but to be used in areas where there is some real danger, and we'll see that again in the rest of my presentation. The second part of the framework is separation, keeping hazards from affecting constructed or reconstructed areas. We see this separation idea come up. No one knows exactly the number. If 10 feet, houses are 10 feet away, certainly if houses are more than 10 feet apart, and if they're 20 feet apart, radiant fire from the houses drops off way down, the probability of that. So this whole idea of separation, I mean, there are more dangerous areas, or there are areas where you keep separation as a variable to look when you're doing new development. Control, strengthen structures and their associated protection systems. This is generally called hardening. Right? And we have experiments going on in California right now. CAL FIRE is actually has a pilot project in the northern part of California and southern part of California on hardening. They generally have been very slow to actually complete these projects. The cost of the hardening projects averages between $40,000 and $43,000 a house, a structure, which is reasonable considering what that would mean in terms of insurance policies. But the fact that to pay $43,000 or $40,000 over a number of years to repay that protection you get is pretty good. So control and then integration. That means putting all the 1, 2, 3s together in the appropriate spatial areas, right? Not every place in the city, but in areas in the city which are more dangerous, you want a different kind of framework. So that's the ASCII framework that I'm proposing. Right now, we're seeing a lot of discussion of house hardening. And this is the first California complete community that's actually selling houses using the safe house hardening approach. This is in Dixon Trail in Escondido. It's in San Diego County. And they have, this is by KB Homes. I just took out from their website. And they show, okay, 2-panel windows or double pane windows that are protection. Do that, do the zone 0, which is basically don't put any vegetation right next to the house, and then put a Class A roof on the house and anything. Now, there's been a big debate, and it'll continue for some years, whether you should do fire in very high hazard zone areas that CAL FIRE is designated, or in very high. You have to do very high if you have to do Class A and very high. But the idea is that, and if you want to protect yourself more, you ask over time, new housing should have this protection. It's the same thing as the low flow toilets. It took us 20 years in California to go from high flow toilets to low flow toilets. So we're not talking about 5 minutes here, we're talking about a great amount of time. This is the hardening and fuels reduction idea spread out. It's the same neighborhood, but the whole idea here is you see the separation wall between the subdivision here. The separation wall is the path diversion idea. Fire comes down the street, the embers are blowing, you collect it on one side of the wall, it doesn't go on the other side of the wall. This is just an example of this path direction and diversion being built in the subdivision review process and saying, okay, the cost of this wall to the builders, KB Homes in this case, is not going to be that much for a project of 67, 70 homes, but it's certainly going to give a lot more protection to the lessening of fire damage. Okay, the last few slides I'm going to have is a new system called the Plan Integration Resiliency Scorecard. And there's actually a guidebook on the Plan Resiliency for Wildfire Scorecard that just got published or is available just now. And that looks at a different sort of approach. It says, look at your city or your county and take a spatial approach. You break it into different parts using a spatial unit of analysis. This is census, this is Tascadero, this is census block groups. It allows you to make 26 different areas you can work with inside of the Tascadero, and it becomes a planning tool you use as the basis for what kind of mitigation strategy you have. A network of plans that are generated by the community. That's the general plan, hazard mitigation plan, which is not a required plan, but FEMA wants you to have one if you want to get FEMA money, so you can get that, and that's community wildfire plans, protection plans, which are never used properly as I've seen it. They're great plans to bring together community people together, but they have little idea of what to really do to mitigate property inside the area. Okay, and then what you do is you then look at the policies, and you look at those policies that are pro fire mitigation, those policies need some help, and you can continue on to do that, and you create a scorecard. This is actually the scorecard. This is the 5-step roadmap to get the scorecard, which is in the middle here. The scorecard then is scored as to pluses and minuses in the hazard districts that you identified, wildfire hazard districts, and that creates for you a composite policy score map from Temecula, California, which is it's in Riverside County. You think it's in San Diego County, but it's right in Riverside County. But this allows the community to have a composite policy score to look at where they're doing well, where they have to improve their mitigation work. And these are all local planning tools that any community can use and utilize without new state law, but simply a different type of managed land use planning approach leading to mitigating wildfire hazards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. So before we get to the Q&A, when Professor Saxer asked how many of you are aware of inverse condemnation, like 3 people raised their hands. So how many of you are law students? Okay, so we've got a lot in here. So I do want to take a moment or two to explain inverse a little deeper and maybe defend wildfire litigators a little bit and explain why what we do is so essential to mitigation. So as plaintiffs' lawyers, which is what we are, I'm speaking mostly to law students, of course. As plaintiffs' lawyers, what we largely do is hold people accountable after they break the law, right? And so if these utilities fail to mitigate the risk of wildfire, and they start these massive wildfires, and they need to be held accountable so that the people who they have harmed are compensated, that's where we come in. So if these wildfires don't start in the first place, if mitigation efforts by these utilities were stronger, if frankly the regulators were doing a better job of regulating our utilities, we, as I said earlier, wouldn't be so busy. So inverse condemnation is a really interesting creature of law, as Professor Saxer described. It stems from the Constitution, California Constitution. And it says that if a governmental entity is taking property for a public use, then they have to compensate the owner of that property. So PG&E, Southern California Edison, and San Diego Gas and Electric are not governmental entities. They are actually privately owned, publicly traded corporations. But in 1999, and the link is in the link to the case is in the links page in our PowerPoint. The California courts extended inverse condemnation to those 3 investor-owned utilities. And they said that even though they are privately owned companies, they are acting essentially as a government actor by providing a public utility. But they are unique, and they are, publicly traded companies. They're not government entities. So it's something they've been fighting against. But it does allow more direct recovery of property damages. However, to recover emotional distress, lost profits, personal injury, we do still have to prove negligence and nuisance. And how we do that is to repeatedly prove that these utilities have continued to violate the regulations. AB 1054, which is the California Wildfire Fund, is something that we lobbied for after PG&E filed bankruptcy, because there was a great concern that these utilities were causing wildfires and we're not going to have the money to compensate people so that they could rebuild their homes. And the governor was very concerned that we're going to have a whole bunch of burned down homes and nobody could rebuild them. As part of, and that's the California Wildfire Fund that Professor Saxer mentioned, as part of the California Wildfire Fund, every 3 years, our 3 investor-owned utilities have to come up with a mitigation plan. And they are supposed to enforce that mitigation plan, and they are supposed to minimize their risk. And so that full circle of holding them accountable and bringing them back to a place where they have to focus on safety over profits, which is the problem we have because they are Wall Street traded. They tend to focus on profits over safety. Switching that focus to safety over profits has actually really benefited the state of California. PG&E, and Amy, I don't know if you agree with this, but I think they've been doing better in the last couple of years. They have not caused a major wildfire since 2022, which is pretty good for PG&E. They have also brought in a CEO who is much more dedicated to wildfire safety and much more dedicated to renewable energy. And they have committed to undergrounding their lines, which is going to be a huge mitigating factor in preventing wildfires. So it's, it's the usual course of lawyers have to hold corporations accountable to get them to do the right thing. And so I think that's why it's an important point of mitigation. So I want to ask the panelists some questions.
Can I just respond real quick? Sorry, just want to jump in here. I don't disagree with anything that you said, but I think there's an and here, which is that because the utilities have been liable for so much, like the damages are astronomical and the risks to them are astronomical, they are investing so much money to reduce their ignition risk. And so we are spending, if we just look at how much money we are spending just enormous quantities of money to clear vegetation from power lines and to underground and to upgrade infrastructure. That is all laudable, and I think we should be doing that. But my question is, wildfire risk is not just from ignition.
No,
it's from the landscape, it's from the way our homes are built, from where they're built. And because of the policy choices we made with Inverse, we are investing so much just in reducing ignition risk compared to all the other things. And I think the question we have to be asking is this legal system that we have set up appropriately allocating the limited funding we have to the things that make the most difference? And I would argue that the inverse laws are not doing that.
And that's exactly, a huge part of the point is I've been on a number of panels with wildfire experts, and I think the one thing they all agree on is that there is not enough funding, and the funding that we do have is not being spent in the right places. And I think, Professor Saxer, you said this stuff has been studied. So why are we not doing it? And I think probably everyone's sitting here going, you all talked about, managing the landscape, you talked about managing the built environment, you talked about all these studies, you talked about holding utilities accountable. So why are we not doing these things? And I think people are probably thinking too, because the government or whoever is in decision-making, has the decision-making ability is not doing these things, where do we start? So that's a question that I have especially for Professor Symbiota and Professor Saxer. Where do we all start if we have to, as you said, Professor Saxer, start at the community level, because the people who are making the decisions aren't, and as Sarah just said, putting the money to the right places. Does that one work, or you want to?
Okay. Now, I'm not going to speak for every mayor and every county executive in California about this, but I think California knows how to do it if at the local level, and we have experience in California we should replicate. My favorite little city in California is Roseville, near Sacramento. And Roseville is my favorite little city because it is the only Class 1 CRA flood designated city in the United States. That means it has a special classification, it has lower insurance premiums on its commercial buildings, and it all has to do with lowering its flood risk profile over 20 years. Now, they put the money in because they every year, the council reviews all the flood investments and what have they done and how many floods they had. So I think why they're not spending the money on this, first of all, I don't think city councils understand fire mitigation enough to do this and against flooding. But I think it would take 20, 30 years before to do it. But I mean, Roseville's an example of how California can't do it. Also, if you look at, cities are getting a little smarter. If you look at Laguna Beach, for example, you look at the safety element in Laguna Beach, not a place you think it has fires. It turns out that almost 90% of Laguna Beach is designated high or very high fire severity zone territory. It's an amazing number, but it's true. So what does Laguna Beach say? It starts with saying that you should look at buying out properties that are in really very high dangerous areas over time. So they've put this in their safety element of the general plan, which is a start, which is the first time we see this kind of language coming in at the local level, right? And I think that stuff can be replicated. If we look at what we've done in Orange County or in San Diego County since 2003, the big fires in 2003 in San Diego, we haven't had a major WUI kind of fire in San Diego in the last 10 years, because San Diego slowly but surely is rebuilt in a hardened way. And it's taken up at the county level by putting investments in, leading to this idea that I showed this one slide of the KP Home Project in Escondido, which is basically saying, okay, they look and say they can market their houses better by saying that they're, WUI safe houses, right? That's a marketing tool. But they actually are hardened houses. They're built from hardened from the stop, from the beginning, and that's going to work. The big challenge is in California would be to look at the 14 million housing structures we have in California and say, how many of these really have to be hardened, because some of them don't have to be hardened if you see out, in the desert or the salt sea, you're not going to have a big fire hazard, of this kind. But I think what you have to start with let me put it this way. I'm a big fan of fire safe councils and other local organizations that organize themselves to their own benefit. I think we have someone from Oakland here, from the fire district in Oakland. Fire safe councils are basically a group of people who get together for their own self-benefit. They want to lower the incidence of fire and lower the incidence of loss in their communities. I think we should promote fire safe councils, and local, and cities should listen to fire safe councils and other organizations like them, simply because it worked. They work. They really do work, and what we should do is put money into supporting their kind of efforts. Now, I'm a hardening fan. Any house that's built before 1978 in California, I would say, has a really high probability of going up in flames in an event that's weathering the firestorm. Simply because before 78, the codes were very lax in terms of building materials, and we still have, even where I live, in Pismo Beach, one house still has shingles on the roof. It's only one in Shell Beach, the whole community. And I think that's done because they coated the shingles with some special stuff. There's only one there. So what we need to do is basically saying we want to do this and set a 20-year goal to do this. And just like the utilities, one of the things about the utilities is that every one of us can go and read the utilities mitigation plan. They're actually public record. They have to file with the public commission, the Public Utilities Commission, and you can read the millions of dollars, and billions of dollars that they're investing in California over the next 5 years. And those plans are very good, and we should say to them, we support your, working and hardening more of your end of this. Now we have to work on hardening the existing built stock in California.
Let me add to that Bill and I were talking last night, and he challenged me to say, what about your community? You have these around Malibu, you've got Calabasas and Thousand Oaks. Do your cities work together? And as part of my land use class, I've brought in like the mayor of Calabasas, and I have a panel. And most of them are surprised when I get them together. Oh, you do that? Oh. And so I think what I need to do is, I know most of these people, I need to reach out and say, hey, can we all get together and talk and see if they've talked to each other about some kind of fire group. Maybe they need to be talking to Fire Safe Council and just see. And that's just action that maybe I can take, that maybe some of the other people around here can take in their communities to say, are we doing this? Who is it that is working on this locally?
And we should be aware that a lot of the fire science that we heard this morning is an emerging set of science information that every year we know more, and every year it gets better. That's the point. And when people say, well, I want to plant this next to my house, you could say, what you want to plant there is very fire prone. I mean, that's why in California, every fireman hates eucalyptus trees.
Yeah.
Right? Because they blow up, and it turns out that the recent fires in Chile, in Bio Bio, that's the the region, actually were expended, and a couple of towns were lost simply because what they were growing in that area was simply pine trees and eucalyptus trees. So they were growing fire-prone fuels for commercial use, for sale, basically, to mash them up into big bunches of mash and sell them to China, make cardboard for us to come back and get our Amazon stuff sent to our house. So we should say there are plants that have high fuel levels, and we don't want them. We do that with other things, so we can be a little more regulatory than we are to go down this path of fire safety.
Did you want to talk? So we've talked about what we can, it sounds like your thinking is we really need to start at the community level and make sure, and because every community is distinctive.
Yes.
So, but switching back to prescribed burns, Sarah, there's a couple of questions here, which is, what's the balance? And you did point out that only 1% of prescribed burns become problematic, 99% of them do their job. What is the benefit of prescribed burns when you balance it against the risk?
Yeah, it's hard to answer that question, but what we know is that prescribed fire, especially when it's done in appropriate locations, places, times of year, is very effective at reducing wildfire risk. So the question about risk is always, you always have to look at it both from like what the harm is and then from who is responsible for paying for that harm, who bears the burden of it. And if you look at prescribed fire on like where you put everything on those ledgers, it's very clear that prescribed fire and other forms of beneficial fire, the risks there far outweigh, the risks are very small compared to the overall benefits. But the question is, of course, who is bearing those, and is that proportionally or equitably distributed, and do our laws and policies appropriately do that? One of the things that I mentioned was the Prescribed Fire Claims Fund, and one of the reasons why I'm such a huge fan of it is, so what California has done is effectively said, if someone's harmed by prescribed fire and certain conditions are met, we'll give them up to $2 million in damages that came from state taxpayer dollars that's already set aside. And so what we've done is we've acknowledged that there is this small but significant risk of harm, and what we've said is we're going to, as a society, bear that together so that the person that is, their house is burned down isn't the sole person that is carrying that risk.
I think the other thing we're hearing is, and as I said, having been on wildfire panels before, experts tend to agree there's not enough money and then disagree on how that small amount of money is spent. And then you pointed out, Professor Saxer, that it seems like people are really not talking, that the people who have the decision-making power are not really talking to each other. So what's the most effective way to get all of these entities talking so that people can better understand the benefit of controlling or managing the environment like Sarah's talking about, all the way down to that community level? What's the best way of getting all of these stakeholders communicating? And is that part of the larger problem, is that they're not?
place like Berkeley or Oakland should take the Santa Rosa idea, just put it on the agenda, every March, just before the budget starts to get developed, and have a discussion about fire in the community, and not just give it to the fire chief and say, you do it, and give it back a report. I mean, the politicians, they have an easy out. They simply go and say, talk to the fire marshal. The fire marshal will tell you what's going on. But Berkeley is a very progressive city. I actually know something about their area in flooding and seismic, and that what they're doing is they're doing the right idea of looking at wildfire, looking at fire, but they're not asking the right questions. Basically, if they take a fuels perspective like I do, I say all the houses that are in the Berkeley Hills should be assisted to get themselves less fire prone. Right? Then the other issues would take it back. But the easiest way to do this is simply, write a small bill in every city that every March this is going to be an item on the agenda for the city council. And it can't be the fire marshal that answers the questions. It's got to be somebody else. It's got to be the budget person, or it's got to be the public works person. And yet don't make it more difficult for me just to say the fire marshal answers this. He won't, or she won't.
I would just add really quickly that I'm all for local planning. I believe it is a community problem and we need to address it at the local level. But as Shelley said, we've known what we need to do for a long time and we're not doing it. I think the answer really is going to come from our insurance crisis. I know we're talking about this later in the day, but if we can start to link our mitigation activities to insurance premiums and to really incentivize people to do the right thing, I think that's frankly the only thing that's going to move the needle. You'll get your 10% of people that are willing to do it voluntarily. Everyone else, I know there are things I should do to my house, and I work in this field, and I can't, my electrician moved away, so now I can't figure out how to do that, and it's going to take me another 5 years. Everyone is facing that, and with affordability crises, it's very clear that it's expensive. Unless we have incentives and financial incentives or requirements to do it, it's not going to happen at the scale that we need it to.
So as you can tell, the experts continue to disagree about how to solve this issue. We've got one more minute, and I want to ask a question that's come in multiple times, which is, and I think one of you just mentioned it, and you just talked about it. How do we balance these concerns with all of the other concerns we have in the state, mainly our housing affordability crisis? People keep saying to me, why are the people of Altadena being allowed to rebuild in Altadena when it was a high-risk area? Why are the people in Santa Rosa being allowed to rebuild? And I guess the question is, how do we balance that? What are the other options? And with 30 seconds to go, I think that's probably too big of a question, but if you have any thoughts.
I would just say really quickly that I think part of this should be around thinking about what incentives we create for people who are rebuilding or building new homes, and really trying to make sure that our local building laws are targeted around, you can rebuild really fast, but only if you do it fire safe. And only if you do it in a way where you're paying attention to everything and you agree to not only install zone zero vegetation off the get-go, but to not put your picnic table up against your house or your wooden fence or whatever, maintain it. So I think there has to be an incentive structure through our planning and building codes to actually dovetail our wildfire risk mitigation with affordability concerns.
So you get your permits first if you meet these requirements.
Sure. And also you can use, cities have these, tax transfers when housing gets sold, and some of that transfer money can be used, for a home hardening in your community. Berkeley actually did that for years to help solve its seismic retrofit problem. It just took money from its sales tax transfer, and the city council allocated that money to pay for contractors to go and do bolt and brace houses, make sure they didn't slip off the foundation. So I think the funds are around. It's a matter of how you want to allocate them.
I don't have a good answer.
On that note,
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you to all of our panelists.
Three people are the smartest and wisest people you could hear from in insurance, and I'm just going to struggle to keep up. Really incredible. So I'm going to talk about the legal liability regime governing wildfire in California, how it's changed to some extent over the last decade or so. I'm going to start by maybe saying something out loud and sort of documenting something that I think is obvious, but I think it bears worth saying. Where we are is not okay. I'll talk about SB 901 and AB 1054. My slides changed. Oh, okay. And then the creation of the wildfire fund, the Eaton fire, and how it's changed things, and kind of where we are now, speculate a little bit about where we're going. This is just a picture of Embercast in Pacific Palisades. For those of you who haven't seen what this looks like in an urban firestorm, I think it's really well worth looking at. If you own homes in the wildland urban interface, it's easy to go online and look at YouTube videos. There were people with GoPros in Palisades while it was burning down, and it really illustrates what happens in these urban fires and why home hardening and preparation is so essential. So my experience with this problem really began here with Coffey Park in October of 2017. And I remember vividly watching more GoPro video of the Berkeley Fire Department arriving to stage at a Target near Coffey Park. And they show up, they've been told, go to the Target. They get there, there's no Target, and they're like, where are all the houses, right? Where did they go? And they're literally like panning around, trying to see this neighborhood they were supposed to defend, and it's just gone. Unfortunately, we're still living in that place, right? January picture of Altadena, there's way too much similarity to what happened in 2017. And I think when you look at the record, this is a figure of structure loss in California by year, commercial and residential structures, and what you see is a pattern where, if we're honest, every couple of years, 1 out of 2 years maybe if we sort of squint and are a little bit optimistic, 1 out of every 3, we're having one of these major loss events in California. That is not sustainable. It's not sustainable for the insurance industry. It's not sustainable for California, right? Many of the places that have burned will struggle to rebuild. They're places that grew up, especially in the Sierra, in a really different context where resource extraction was a much bigger part of the economy. And when you lose them, places like Grizzly Flats, for example, or even Paradise, where only a third of the population has come back since the fire in 2018, you're going to really struggle to recover. And so we need to be doing things to create sustainability for these communities. And I just emphasize, we've heard a lot of talk today about Rancho Mission Viejo, great community, really strong efforts to build a wildfire prepared community. But the problem we're facing is not one of new build and new communities. The problem is the retrofit of existing communities that were built long ago, when the risks were different, when the fuels environment was very different. And that's a hard problem for planning, because planning is usually about land use, where we're building new things, right? And we grandfather in the old stuff. The problem that folks like Mark, we keep pointing at Mark in the audience, but the problem that folks like Mark are confronting is how do we convince people who bought houses a long time ago to change and to invest in change? And that's something we're learning how to do. I also am optimistic about the degree of change, but we need to reinforce success and accelerate if we're going to solve this problem. So I'm going to sort of break this talk up into time slices. I think that's how I think about this problem. It's a picture of the Witch Fire in San Diego, burning down toward out of the mountains. And prior to the 2017 and 2018 fire seasons, I think really pretty much everybody thought of, if you're in insurance speak, wildfire being a secondary peril. Sort of once in a while there'd be a loss, but it wasn't something that people really considered. As has been pointed out, and I won't get too much into this, there's some debate about the impact of Prop 103 on insurance, but there's no question that insurance in California has been, and to some degree continues to be, much less expensive despite the losses we're experiencing, than elsewhere in the United States, where there's a lighter touch regulatory approach. As was also discussed, also, on the prior panel, we have, and maybe it wasn't emphasized enough, I think, that the uniqueness of the California approach to liability for utilities, the extension of inverse condemnation to private investor-owned utilities in Barham is unique in the United States. No other state takes that approach to liability. In other states, utilities are subject to a simple negligence standard. Sometimes that's worse. Ask Pacific Core in Oregon that faces a $30 billion liability, mostly associated with non-economic damages because they were grossly negligent or held to be grossly negligent in the Labor Day fires up there. It depends on how you slice this. It can be good or bad, but inverse is a really unique approach to cost allocation, and it's one that's only been taken by California. When you get out of California, most everybody sort of points at that and goes, yeah, another way that California is crazy. Prior to 2017, this all inverse kind of made sense because there was an expectation that if utilities were held liable, they would be able to recover the costs of the lawsuits from their ratepayers. And that expectation was upset just after the Tubbs fire. Actually, between the Tubbs fire and the Thomas fire in 17, the Thomas fire was down in Ventura County, the commission denied recovery on the fire in this picture, the Witch Fire. And that threw utility investors into a tailspin because they had always figured, sure, this doctrine is a little bit unusual in California, but the utilities will ultimately be able to recover costs from ratepayers, and therefore the shareholders and the investors can have some confidence that when they invest in a utility, they're getting kind of a low-risk, modest return on their money, that they're not like going to the casino with the venture capitalists. In addition, prior to 17-18, there had been no large loss events, really, since the Tacoma fire outside of Southern California. Cedar and Witch were the important exceptions to that in Southern California. But of course, then we had the Great Drought, multi-year largest drought. I mean, people say it's the largest drought in 1,000 years, but we only have records that are 1,000 years long of drought in California. So it's the largest drought in the record reconstructed from tree rings that we've ever seen. And then in 2015, crazy stuff started to happen in Lake County. There were two events in Lake County. One was a utility-caused fire. The other was like somebody's hot tub wiring, and they burned down 1,000 houses. And that was like so out of the realm of expectation. Like there are these great old-timey movies that CAL FIRE has that you can watch. One is called Built to Burn, and it has this hilarious narrator who talking about the Bel Air fire, which was a fire in the 60s in Southern California. And great movie if you want to see how little has changed and how much has changed in terms of fire management in California. In the Bel Air fire, which was historic at the time, 300 structures burned down. So remember back to that figure where the index, the scale is in the thousands, and we're talking about over 10,000 structures burning down, right? 300 structures was a big deal in the 60s. That would not even make the news today. So after the 17 and 18 fire seasons, there was a huge multi-year legislative effort really aimed at, that viewed this problem as a utility problem, right? Those fires, the four biggies, right? Thomas in Southern California, and the Napa-Sonoma firestorm in Northern California in 17, and then the Camp Fire in 18 in NorCal, and the Woolsey Fire in Southern California, all substantially utility cost. So people said, understandably, this is a utility problem, and we got to fix that. SB 901 kind of teed that up as a problem. It did a bunch of things, but most importantly, or maybe not most importantly, one of the things it did was it created a commission to study the issue, and that commission made recommendations. I was on that commission that led to AB 1054, which itself then, which really created the modern utility risk management framework that we have, which was discussed today a little bit. Wildfire mitigation plans. Utilities have to file these giant documents every few years that explain what they're going to do. The compliance with those documents is audited. The documents are reviewed. compliance with the plans is audited by a new organization called the Office of Electric Infrastructure Safety, a superb agency within state law, I would argue. And if the utilities are in good standing, they get something called a safety certificate. And if they have that safety certificate, then they have access to the California Wildfire Fund. California Wildfire Fund is a $21 billion insurance policy, or was, I should say, a $21 billion insurance policy for the utilities, designed to be a backstop so that the utilities' cost of capital would be low enough that they could invest affordably for ratepayers in the mitigation work they need to do and also the clean energy transition. That was the plan, as understood, say, in July of 2019. The plan kind of seemed like it was working, but I think we have to all look now and ask whether it really is, and whether it's really fit to purpose. This figure just shows what's been going on with California homeowners insurance in terms of average premiums, and it extends a little bit further than some of the data that Nancy was showing. This is up through April of 2025. It's derived from mortgage servicer data that we have. And what you can see here is that things have really changed in California, at least, and I should say this is divided up by fire risk score. That's a score that CDI, the Department of Insurance, develops, and what you can see is that for some people in the low risk scores, things haven't changed that much. Prices are a little higher, but probably you can manage that. But for a set of people that live in high-risk areas, they are living in a different world with respect to insurance. And this is actually a much bigger deal for them, even than the run-up in electricity prices. And so there's really two Californias when it comes to wildfire, one of which is really struggling with these availability and affordability challenges, and the other is kind of moving along. The fund operated reasonably well, and continues to operate, I should say. The Cade and Dixie fires were utility cost fires. Out of state, there were major utility cost fires that began to change some perceptions of the problem. That this was not just a California problem. In 2019, we were thinking, wow, PG&E is a pretty negligent utility. Like, look at what they did. They just killed 85 people in Paradise. And look at the hooks on the C-hook on that transmission tower. It should have been replaced. I don't disagree with any of that, let me just be clear. But it became apparent that these utility cost fires were happening all over the place, even with relatively well-run utilities. And so, at the same time, as this figure shows, there started to be bigger contagion effects, deterioration of the insurance sector. And I'm not going to get into the deals, they've already been covered, but a sort of twin affordability crisis emerged, one part of which is about insurance and the other part of which is about electricity rates. It's a picture of the tower that caused the Eaton fire. I'm not going to say alleged, it did cause the Eaton fire. And you can see that, you can't probably see it terribly well, but coming down that little gully is an exposed grounding wire for that tower. It should be deeply buried in the ground. Over 100 years, it eroded out and was covered by a thick chaparral, so Edison couldn't see it, and that's what caused the fire. The Eaton fire is a horrible tragedy. There's just no question about that. A neighborhood was devastated. I think 22 people died, mostly old people, right? That's what happens in these fires. People who can't get up fast enough, get in their cars fast enough, move fast enough, they're the ones that get caught in a fast fire, as Nancy described. This fire's had tremendous effects on the utility sector. PG&E, which did not cause the fire, has not caused a major fire in 3 years, 4 years, 3 years. Saw its stock decline 20% and was basically cut out of equity markets. Like, utilities in California cannot sell new stock at this point, which is important if you want them to mitigate fire risk or, say, fund the green energy transition, because utilities fund new investments with a 50-50 debt equity mix. So they can't create that new equity capital anymore to do anything. This fire was big enough to basically, we don't know quite yet what the number will be, but I think the reasonable expectation is there will be no money left in that $21 billion insurance fund. In response to that, the legislature last year passed SB 254, which includes two things that I think are relevant to this conversation. One is the state dumping another $18 billion into this wildfire fund, which honestly I think everyone views as kind of a stopgap measure while we actually figure out what to do with this problem. And then the creation, or the charge to the California Earthquake Authority to conduct catastrophic wildfire cost allocation study. That's ongoing right now. The report is due out April 1st. The expectation is that legislation will follow that report that will be taken up this year to consider what should we do with this problem. You know, one thing that Eaton Fire and the Palisades Fire really highlight is the inequity in the system. Eaton Fire victims are going to get paid 100 cents on the dollar for their losses. Pacific Palisades, you're going to get, because it was an Uber driver's cigarette that caused the fire, right? You're going to get whatever your insurance will pay you and nothing more. And that creates huge inequities between fires. This is a picture of Altadena burning. I like to include it just because it shows that these are not wildland fires that we're talking about here. Those are houses and gardens, not wildlands burning. We need to have a system. What should a system look like? What's a solution look like? It needs to be fair to all victims. It needs to improve affordability on both the insurance side and the electric side. It needs to be stable through multiple large loss fires, because best efforts, we're still going to have them. It needs to find a way to fund large-scale mitigation of communities and structures that's efficient from an insurance and a reinsurance perspective, right? Some local governments, I live in Marin. I love what Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority is doing. Marin is also an incredibly affluent place. Not everybody is going to be able to afford the platinum version or even any version of what Marin is doing. And so we need to think about how to help those people along, because if we have these large loss events in low-income communities, it's going to affect everyone across the state through the transmission mechanisms of electric bills and insurance premiums. We need to maintain appropriate financial incentives for reasonable care by utilities. But we can't make that a perfection standard, I would argue, because if we do that, we get proposals that are so unaffordable and frankly unrealistic in terms of implementation, and that they don't actually get us where we need to go. And we need to increase dramatically incentives for everybody else to take more care, especially communities, homeowners, large landowners like timber companies, and state and federal landowners. Those incentives right now are really lacking. And we should be thinking about liability in this context. What is the right comparative fault regime so that all actors have appropriate incentives to take care? Right now, utilities have a supercharged incentive to take care. But everyone else is kind of like, yeah, that's a nice to have. Maybe it won't happen here. I think there's a path forward to this solution. I'm actually optimistic that we can make real progress, if not this year, maybe next year, in terms of implementing something that is bigger and better than we have had since the 17-18 events. And I'd encourage all of you to participate and also be willing to hear some uncomfortable things from politicians when they get up to talk about this. It is so hard for people to make policy in this space because it involves asking Californians to pay more money when they're house poor to start with. But if we don't spend money on this problem, the problem is going to continue to get worse. Thank you. And if you're interested in kind of like up-to-date facts and figures, take a look at our California Wildfire in 2025 report. It's full of nice figures like the one I showed you about structure loss and insurance premiums. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Michael. Can everybody hear me? Thank you, Michael. So not only is Michael on the cutting edge of trying to figure out some of the solutions to the crisis that we're in, but our next speaker, Deborah Halberstadt, is also on the cutting edge of trying to find solutions. She works for the Department of Insurance, currently serving as the Special Advisor in Biodiversity and Inclusive Insurance at the California DOI. She advises the Commissioner on strategic initiatives associated with protecting and restoring biodiversity and promoting social and environmental justice in the context of insurance regulation. She has worked for the California Natural Resources Agency, the California Ocean Protection Council, the Attorney General's Office, and the Office of the Governor. Deborah?
What do you want to do yourself?
afternoon, everyone. Does anyone need to stand up and stretch for a second? I've been here for a while, sitting, listening, so if you feel the need to stand up, go for it. Yes, thank you for taking it up.
There you go.
There we go, yes. So again, my name is Deborah Halberstadt, and I am going to try to transition us from the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse to, something a little more hopeful. I know I am not invited to cocktail parties anymore, and I don't know, Nancy, if you are.
I host them.
No, you host them there with the mint.
She's got the garden.
Recently I was at an event with the Department of Angels, which, if any of you are familiar with, this is an entity that literally arose from the ashes of the Los Angeles fires this past year to protect and represent victims and survivors of those wildfires. And they had a caption at their presentation, and it said, "We believe recovery is more than rebuilding structures. It's about community strength, building resilience, and creating opportunity." And I thought that really encapsulates exactly what I want to do. That is such a powerful vision of recovery, and it's my hope and my goal to transform how we think about what insurance is and what it could be, and how we can support building resilience and strength really at a community scale. With wildfire, we've heard this over and over and over today, so I'll just emphasize, with wildfire, we know that it's different from other perils. It's not like flood or earthquake or heat where you can protect yourself as an individual. With wildfire, it's a community scale event, and it has to be addressed by you and by your neighbor and by your neighbor's neighbor. If you have wind-driven embers, they can travel great distances. Radiant heat can push out from your neighbor's house into your house. Vegetation and fences and outbuildings can all act as fuel. So protecting your home has to be done in concert with the people around you. And this really complements how we are thinking at the Department of Insurance about community-based wildfire or flood insurance, and the potential for what we're calling resilience insurance. So I'm going to get into more details about those specifics in a moment. First, I'm just going to walk through a matrix, because people seem to find this really helpful when you're thinking about when insurance becomes relevant and important. So you have here the green box at the bottom here, your risk matrix is frequency and severity, right? So in the green box, you have a low frequency, low severity event. Great, we like those. On the opposite side, you have a high severity, high frequency event. Those are the events you want to avoid. Run away faster, if you remember Monty Python. If you have the low severity but high frequency, that's a really good opportunity to try to reduce your risk as much as possible and say, okay, I'm going to try to move myself more towards that green box. Where you have the low frequency but high severity events, they don't happen often, but when they happen, they are catastrophic. That's insurance right there. That's where you want to transfer your risk away from yourself and onto an entity that can hold that risk better for you. So just kind of keeping that in mind when you're thinking about why we talk about insurance. I also really want to give credit to my boss, Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara. I think he's done a phenomenal job of working in a really, really difficult time, sponsoring the sustainable insurance strategy that you heard quite a bit about, safer from wildfires regulations, and this past year, he sponsored several pieces of legislation that were all signed by the governor. So we now have legislation, we have a grant program for low-income homeowners to be able to replace their roofs if they don't have Class A roofs, and to do that defensible space work that needs to be done at Zone 0. We have new legislation, so there was a moratorium on non-renewals for residential property in the immediate aftermath of a wildfire. That has now been expanded to commercial properties. So that means that affordable housing units and HOAs and businesses are all protected from being non-renewed for 1 year after a fire if they're in the zip code where those, or adjacent zip codes where the fire occurred. I think SB 495, Eliminate the List Act, is really powerful because here is where we saw the victims of these wildfires spending all of their time enumerating every single spoon, every single napkin that was burned up in their home in order to get their insurance paid out. They had to have this Excel spreadsheet that could go on for like thousands of pages, and nobody remembers off the top of your head what exactly you had in your house when you had a total loss. So this says you don't have to do that, and it was capped. I mean, it was capped at 60%. Let me get my exact numbers here.
250.
Yes, $350,000. It's a cap of $350 and 60% of your contents coverage limit. So it's not the entire thing, but at least it kind of gets you past that emotional burden when you're already traumatized. And then AB1 will enhance the insurance discounts that are already offered through Safer from Wildfires by having us at the Department of Insurance look at what are things that can be done as we continue to learn more through best available fire science. What can be done? How can we strengthen the discounts that you are already required to receive from your insurance companies if you make certain improvements to your home? So then we have these other, like what I feel are really exciting, creative insurance approaches that we've been working on. And this is, we're looking at parametric insurance, we're looking at community-based insurance, and we're looking at nature-based solutions. I don't know, does anyone in here, other than my panel, know what parametric insurance is? Okay, we have a couple, okay, great. So just really briefly, parametric insurance is a complement to what you're accustomed to, which is indemnity insurance. Indemnity insurance is basically insurance that covers your loss, and it's sort of a one-to-one. If you lose, if you get into a car accident and your windshield is broken, you get a new windshield, they'll pay for that windshield, right? So it's very loss-driven. Parametric insurance is event-based. So it says if there is an event that is predetermined and you hit a particular trigger, then you automatically get a payout. You don't have to go through the claims adjustment process. You don't have to take the time and the sort of ordeal of dealing with your traditional insurance claims adjuster. The money just moves out to you. And so there's a lot of benefits when you're thinking about climate-related insurance and climate-related events, because if you have a flood event, for example, and you can get a payout that is triggered quickly after the flood, then you don't need to, like I said earlier, you don't need to take the time to struggle through dealing with your insurance company. There are risks associated with parametric insurance. So you might have a loss that is larger than what your contract covers, and you likely will. So you're kind of swapping speed for and security of knowing you're going to get a payout for the amount of payout that you're going to get. They can be more expensive than your traditional indemnity insurance, and you don't get anything if you don't hit that trigger. And that's really, really important. That's called the basis risk. And essentially what it says is, if you have earthquake coverage and the coverage is, you live within a mile of the epicenter of the earthquake, and you live 1 mile and 1 block outside of that epicenter, then you don't get the payout. So that is a really important consideration for consumers, and one of the reasons why we say it shouldn't be your only form of insurance, it should be complementary. So using these ideas of community-based insurance and parametric insurance, I've been working with an entity called Insure, which is a nonprofit, and the California Wildfire Mitigation Program to explore this idea of community-embedded insurance for low-income, wildfire-prone neighborhoods. So the CWMP is a joint powers authority that exists between Cal OES, so the California Office of Emergency Services, and Cal Fire. And they have committed to retrofitting and hardening homes at a community scale. And they're working right now in 6 different communities across the state. They've hardened, I think, over 100 homes at this point. And they have a list of the types of retrofits that they need to make those communities more able to withstand the wildfire. And so they work in clusters of homes. And so what we're doing is saying, okay, now that you have this physical resilience in existing communities, how can we build into that the economic resilience of insurance? How do we take that program and use it for insurability, affordability, availability of insurance? Like how all of these questions that were raised earlier, how do we translate the work that is being done in those particular communities into an insurance scheme? And so the hope is really to effectively capture the value of the state's mitigation investments and making insurance more affordable and available there. I'm going to give a couple of examples that are not fire related, but hopefully will spark creativity in your minds. So Isleton is a very interesting example. This is, it wraps together 4 different innovations. So it is a community-based parametric microinsurance product that was sold to a geologic hazard abatement district. So I'm going to walk through each of those components. But basically, the community of Isleton faces significant flood risk and has very few resources. You have 1/5 of the city's residents living in poverty, and it is surrounded by 26 miles of underperforming levees, which means it gets flooded. It's accustomed to flooding, and although it falls into a high-risk flood zone, less than 1/4 of households have National Flood Insurance Program flood insurance, NFIP. So they are vastly under and uninsured. And the residents recognize that they have these floods, but they don't have the insurance that they need. So they decided to create a geologic hazard abatement district, which is a special district within the state. They've existed for decades, and they're typically formed to address risks like landslides or erosion or earth movement. So this was the first time that a GAD was established to address flood risk. And one of the really important components of creating a GAD is that as a special district, they have the ability to assess fees on their members. So in this particular pilot, the California Department of Water Resources contributed $200,000 to Isleton to purchase a $2.5 million insurance policy for the first 2 years of the program. And the goal is to create a more durable, long-lasting program through the GAD that's not reliant on state grant money. So as those 2 years wind down, the GAD can then assess fees on its residents and continue to provide this insurance to the local community. This is the first community flood-based insurance program in the state, and it's a parametric policy. So like I was saying before, when sensors detect water rising above a specified level, the $2.5 million payout will go automatically to the GAD, and then the GAD will be able to distribute that money. And one of the ways that they're thinking about distributing it is what we've been calling resilience insurance, which is basically like $5,000 could go to each homeowner to cover emergency costs after a flood. So this is not replacing their structure. This is not $250,000 to deal with, total devastation of their structure. This is to get them over that hump so that they can get to safety, they can have food, they can get to their jobs, they can have clothing, the basic necessities to survive a catastrophic event in the immediate aftermath. And so the payouts are really going to be small and flexible. And they'll be quick. So there's an example in Puerto Rico where they also have parametric insurance, and there, they claim at least that the insurance product pays out quickly enough to enable people to replace spoiled food in their refrigerators, which is a far cry from the years that it can take under other circumstances. One company bragged that it could deploy funds within 4 hours of a triggering event. How much more time do we have?
We have about 6 minutes.
Great. Okay, I'm going to talk really quickly then about, this is one of my pet projects, urban forest insurance, which is quite distinct from what we've been talking about so far. So bear with me. In this case, I'm really thinking about nature and its ability to provide protection and buffer us from the impacts of climate change. So in this particular instance, the urban forest will provide tremendous benefits as far as heat risk reduction, as well as carbon sequestration, biodiversity, habitat, mental health benefits, physical health benefits. They're just these incredibly valuable assets that are maintained by local governments. But they are at risk from pest, from storm, from drought. And so the question is, are these urban forests something that should be and could be insured? Should we think about that? And so we did this whole analysis. We did a feasibility assessment where we brought together urban foresters and nonprofits and local governments, and we said, would you even consider purchasing insurance for your urban forests? And the answer was yes. Yes, we are interested in this. We think that it would be most helpful for storm and for pest. And so now we're really digging into that and saying, well, insurance, would you actually sell insurance for urban forests? And there's sort of a back and forth conversation going on. But the idea is, if you like Sacramento, in one of the last big storm events, lost 1,000 of its trees in a major storm. So if you had one of these parametric policies that paid out as soon as you reached a wind speed of X miles per hour, you could then go and replace that biomass that you just lost and potentially be able to spread the urban canopy out farther to get into those areas that have less coverage, where you have lower income neighborhoods that have fewer trees. One tree might represent their entire urban canopy. So if that can be replaced, or you can start depaving and putting more trees in, we see that as a huge win for the community, and it would be at a lower cost than it would normally be as part of your city budget. And the last example I want to give is on protecting outdoor workers from heat. So this is a program that is being stood up in Los Angeles. There's a CDFI called Inclusive Action for the City that will be running the program, and they are working on acquiring what's essentially business interruption insurance for sidewalk vendors. So these are people who have no choice but to stand outside and sell their wares every day, regardless of the temperature. And it's very dangerous. Heat is deadly, and the only way that they can make their living is to go out and put themselves into this very dangerous situation. So we said, well, what if you had insurance that kicked in when you reached a certain number and severity of heat wave days? And then those people who normally would have to be out can stay inside and protect themselves and maybe not spend as much money on food that's going to spoil. So we're working with, like I said, we're working with CDFI, and we're also working with an entity called Climate Something for All. They're going to provide like a cash payout at the beginning, before the heat wave arrives, and then there will be this insurance payout afterwards. So I know that I have now strayed quite far from wildfire, but I think that these types of creative solutions are really what we need to be focusing on to move away from those four horsemen and towards like a positive vision of the future that will result in thriving communities that are safe and resilient.
Thank you, Deborah. So I'm sure I've got plenty of questions for the panel. I'm sure there's questions out there. We're at time, but do we have a couple minutes?
Yeah, you can take 5.
Got it. So we'll take just an extra 5 minutes. So I'm going to call my own number for the first question. Out of this 90-minute presentation, I think I spent 10 minutes talking about all the government organizations that the 4 of you are associated with. So how do we know, or how do we get these people in power and these government agencies to talk to each other? Nancy?
We learn how to use microphones, I guess, is one thing. I need to work on that. Michael and I are working with another colleague, Dave Winokur, who's the retired fire chief of Moraga, Orinda, and has like a lot of insight into the mitigation. I think you can tell that all of us have talked about not only risk transfer, but like the need to stop houses from burning down, to stop people from dying, to stop toxic smoke, like all these things, reducing the risk. It was in Deborah's slide, as well. So Michael and I are working with Dave Winokur on a state mitigation framework article where we just lay out, like, what does it look like to prioritize scarce resources and put in accountability and actually make sure that what you are doing will actually reduce the risk. How do you align the incentives and bring in like insurance and other incentives and the resources needed? And how do you lay that out in a year-by-year plan? So this is actually Michael's idea. I'm just the person that made everybody contribute to the article, so I'll let him talk about it.
I just say quickly, I think that a key gap in our strategy to date is there is not really someone in state government who's responsible for that. We have the Climate and Wildfire Task Force, which is really focused on landscapes, as we heard earlier, but we don't have an entity with authority to plan and distribute dollars to reduce risk to structures and to communities in the state, and we need that.
Thank you. So Michael, I'm going to put you on the spot just to be the devil's advocate. So one of the comments that you made was the utilities have a supercharged incentive to maintain their infrastructure. So I've worked on 10 wildfires since joining the firm. And personally, I don't think changing inverse condemnation is going to change anything, because the 10 fires that we've worked on, these companies have these great policies for inspecting and maintaining their infrastructure, but when you dig into the documents and take the depositions of the people on the ground, the work's not being done. They're not doing the inspections they're supposed to be doing, and they're not maintaining their infrastructure in a way that they are supposed to be doing it. So I appreciate all the work you've done on 1054 and 254, but isn't there a bit of a moral hazard there that it takes away the incentive for the insurance companies to maintain their infrastructure if they know that the state's just going to come in and cover? Because the way 1054 works, if I'm correct, if they meet all the requirements, then they pay the first $1 billion, and then they have access to the other 20 to the other $21 billion. So just devil's advocate position, isn't there some moral hazard there that it takes away the incentive of the utilities to actually maintain their infrastructure?
Yeah, so I mean, that's something I think a lot about, and one of the things I was a huge advocate for in the 1054 process I didn't talk about is control on management compensation, right? I think the real one of the major problems that got us into this mess with utilities in the first place was that utility CEOs, PG&E CEOs in particular, were compensated on very short vesting schedules with very large amounts of stock, so that they could take the winnings and sell them and be out before the risks they were creating kind of were realized. And I actually, I think we need to think about that, but still. I think Patty Poppy, everybody works at PG&E, Edison, they don't want to cause these fires. They don't want to kill their customers, particularly the people as you get down to the linemen, the folks that are out in the field. The last thing they want to do is hurt the people. They think of themselves as serving. A continuing challenge for California is that we have a bunch of old infrastructure out in the field. right? Think about the line that caused the campfire, the line that caused the Eaton fire. Both were installed in the 1920s. So, like, think what other kind of industrial infrastructure do we have where we're still using stuff that was put in the field in the 1920s? There is a pattern of kind of deferred maintenance and kind of extension of useful lives. I think that extends really beyond what is responsible. But the challenge is we've been doing that for a long time, and now we need to turn over the infrastructure. And that is super expensive, A, and B, it can't happen overnight. I just want to make one other distinction that I think is important, which is that utilities, like, this was really apparent during the Kincaid fire. Kincaid fire happened in 2019. PG&E is in bankruptcy, right? And usually, when companies commit torts that drive them into bankruptcy, they stop doing the thing that causes the tort, right? So, like the Sacklers, right? They stopped prescribing, they directed the company to stop prescribing OxyContin in the same way once they were looking at liabilities that were going to drive them into a world of hurt, which they deserve. I mean, but PG&E, Edison, they have an obligation to serve. They are granted a monopoly, which in exchange means they have to serve all customers, no matter where they live, 24/7 if it's possible, with the infrastructure they have on hand at the time. If the infrastructure is not great, one idea would be, let's stop serving people living with the dangerous infrastructure, and then we'll get to it, we'll fix it in the meantime that people can figure it out. That is not an option for these companies. And so we're in this very difficult situation where we have this company that sort of provides an essential public service using infrastructure that probably should have been retired around the time when I was born. And we need to find a way to afford replacing that infrastructure to make it safer. And I don't think we have, I'm not going to argue we have the right system. Utilities should not be let off the hook. They need incentives to do the right thing, or they will not do the right thing. But it is possible to over-incentivize, and I think that is part of what we're seeing in California right now, with the proposal, for example, to underground 10,000 miles in PG&E service territory at the cost of $30 to $50 billion. That is, in my view, going too far. But it's justified if you are responsible to shareholders and your shareholders are like, do whatever it takes to maintain the stock price and maybe someday pay us a dividend. And that's the pressure on the other side that the management is facing.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Michael, and thank you, everybody. This was really interesting. We appreciate you all being here.
Great, good job.
Thank you.
Kept us.
Yeah.
Panel is titled Rebuilding, Addressing the Tension Between Rebuilding Quickly and Rebuilding Safely, and is moderated by David Weiss, who is a partner in Reed Smith's Litigation Insurance Recovery Group. David is a USF alumnus and is a member of the USF Law Review. He specializes in complex insurance coverage matters. Thank you, David.
Thank you, and thank you for hanging in there throughout the day. As Hank said, I'm David Weiss, and I'm a partner at Reed Smith. I was a member of the Law Review. I got a certificate that said distinguished member, but I think I was pretty undistinguished in the Law Review. But today, we're discussing one of the most difficult tug of wars in modern governance and community life, the race to rebuild after a fire or other disaster affecting a wide population. When a community is devastated, the clock starts ticking immediately, but in the aftermath, the imperative to rebuild quickly is clear. Families need homes, businesses need to reopen, and communities need to restore their sense of normalcy. However, as we sit here in 2006, and as we've learned from some of the other speakers, we know that speed can sometimes be the enemy of safety. If we rebuild exactly what was there before, we are simply preparing for the next disaster. We must balance rapid recovery with long-term safety and sustainability so that communities are not just rebuilt, but rebuilt stronger and more resilient. So today's panel explores how we navigate the competing interests of rapid recovery, strict environmental land use requirements, and the unavoidable reality of future fire risk. So the challenge that we're going to talk about is that rebuilding is no longer just about construction. It is a complex intersection of law, equity, and engineering. We are seeing updated building codes that save lives but increase costs and add to delay. We're seeing environmental requirements meant to protect our watersheds that can also delay a family's return by months. And perhaps most importantly, we are seeing that recovery doesn't look the same for everyone. Our goal today is to look at analogous disasters from hurricanes to urban wildfires to find a path forward that is both fast and resilient. And we have a great panel today to navigate us through this. I was going to introduce everybody all at once, but I like the way it was done before, so I'll just do it one at a time as the speakers come up. Elizabeth Hausler is the founder and former CEO of Build Change. Elizabeth is a world-renowned pioneer in disaster-resilient construction. Her work across 5 continents has proven that we can build better before and build back safer by training local builders and using technology to scale safe housing, as well as through access to financing and policy change. And Elizabeth is going to talk a little bit about an experience in Colombia that she had with her organization to start us off.
Thanks, David. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks very much, Hank, for inviting me. This is fantastic. I'm learning so much. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Hausler. I'm the founder and former CEO of Build Change. My interest in disaster relief and recovery started 25 years ago this past Monday when an earthquake hit near Bhuj in Gujarat, India. 20,000 people died, mostly because their unreinforced masonry house collapsed on them, man-made problems, so there's got to be a solution. I was just finishing up my PhD in civil engineering over across the Bay at Cal. I also worked for my dad as a bricklayer growing up outside of Chicago. And so I had engineering and practical experience. I went on a Fulbright fellowship to India, started Build Change shortly after here in San Francisco. And fast forward 20 years onwards, Build Change and partners have made 1.4 million people safer by retrofitting or building new 280,000 buildings in 30 countries. And this is a mix, thank you, this is a mix of after earthquakes and hurricanes, it's as well as preventing disasters from happening, building better before. We're talking about housing, it's single to 3-story, rural, urban, you name it. But mostly it's masonry, brick masonry, concrete block masonry, stone masonry, timber in a very few contexts. So fire resilience is one of the driving factors for the use of masonry. This 280,000 housing units represents about $5 billion of housing assets that are better protected from loss in disasters. $5 billion of housing assets held in the hands of the homeowners. And we are talking about markets where insurance is not common. So there's not a lot of time to get into exactly what Build Change does, but we operate exactly at this nexus that David was mentioning, the nexus of law, equity, and engineering. And I would add also access to finance to that. What Build Change does is not just engineering and construction, it's access to financing through grants and loans, it's changing policy and reducing bottlenecks, developing technology platforms for scale, basically anything that needs to be done to catalyze the resilient housing market. So on this question of speed and safety, so we've supported homeowners and governments to rebuild after earthquakes and windstorms in Indonesia, China, Haiti, the Philippines, Nepal, Turkey, Morocco, Mozambique, on and on I can go. But one of the driving factors affecting speed seems obvious. It's the access to financing. If the money's not there, things are going to go slowly. So it's one thing to say go faster, right? But if people don't have access to that funding, whatever it is, wherever it's coming from, things are going to go slowly. So I think one of my wishes or recommendations is to, put the money where the mouths are and make money flow so that people can actually rebuild safely. I am going to talk about Colombia, but I wanted to give a quick post-disaster example from Indonesia. There was an earthquake there in 2009. USAID came in and wanted to give people temporary housing. Get in, get out, give someone something temporary. We had been working there for about 5 years at that point. We knew what people needed and wanted. They wanted to repair their damaged home. So we worked with families to push back against this idea of just giving something temporary and wasting money. And we were able to help steer some of that money toward permanent housing, because time and again around the world what we have found, people want to get back into a permanent house. A temporary solution may be necessary in some cases, but so many times that money ends up being wasted. So I think if I could appeal again to the policy advocates in the room, let's reform the Stafford Act. The Stafford Act, internationally in our work, it restricts what can be done to things that are temporary. So it basically, for all the international development and housing issues that we worked on, basically says if there's any alternative to something permanent, like a rental subsidy or a tent or a tarp, that has to be chosen. So now, I want to spend my remaining minute or two just talking about what I think is a highly, highly successful home hardening, home strengthening, home improvement, whatever term you want to use, program in Colombia. Colombia, let's see, has one of the highest urban population densities on the planet, urban population densities from migration from the countryside because of the drug war. But you have entire neighborhoods that were built without building code enforcement, without building permits. However, the Colombian government has made huge progress in increasing access in these neighborhoods, reducing crime, increasing water and sanitation access, those sorts of things, transportation. But the housing, again, has been built in a way that's vulnerable to earthquakes. So over the past 12 years, though, the Colombian government has strengthened and improved 120,000 housing units. So talk about a home hardening program that can work at scale in a difficult context. There's an example. How did this really work? There are 4 things that contributed to the success of this program. First, the Colombian Constitution includes a right to decent housing. So let's start there and just let that sit for a minute. There's a constitutional right to decent housing in Colombia. We don't have that in the US. We've tried to have it in California, I think, right? But there's a constitutional right to decent housing. And several years ago, a very brave Colombian citizen put a case through the legal system in Colombia, basically suing the government for not making good on this promise, and they won. And that's where the Colombian government set this goal of improving 100,000 homes. So it starts there. Second, there's a subsidy available. I loved hearing about AB 888. Do I have that right? So since the 90s, the Colombian government has had a subsidy available for people to improve their homes. But it hasn't really been working or functioning. So there's a lot of paperwork, red tape. When we got involved, there were so many forms to fill out and so many processes to go through that needed to be eased. And third, we have made great efforts together to use technology to streamline the permitting process. So again, I think there's been talk about this today as well, making the whole process easier, reducing the number of site visits, reducing the number of signatures required, basically condensing everything so it can be highly efficient, to the point that some neighborhood offices and city offices in Colombia have Curaduría 0, which basically means no permit. So for different types of buildings, you actually don't need a building permit. And finally, the icing on the cake, the political will to make it all happen. In 2023, Colombia's Minister for Housing signed into law regulation legalizing the process to retrofit houses built in informal neighborhoods. So here you have a case where you've got an enabling environment, a constitutional right to decent housing, a subsidy program available, a government leadership that wants to make it happen, technology that's used to make it scale, and 120,000 housing units upgraded. So it's a great example of what can be done when all these parties work together. I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you, and later when we get into the questions, we'll hear about how perhaps those ideas from Colombia can be translated over into California. Our next speaker is Professor Michael Mendez, who is an associate professor at UC Irvine. Professor Mendez's research is vital to understanding the human side of these crises. He focuses on climate justice and how disasters disproportionately impact marginalized communities, such as undocumented and indigenous migrants who often face unique hurdles in recovery. And we've heard a lot today about insurance and government and the impact that they might have on rebuilding people's homes. We sometimes forget about the impact that these events have on undocumented people and poor people and migrant people, and Professor Mendez will speak to that.
Great, thank you. First of all, good afternoon. I'd like to thank the students here at USF Law School for inviting me and doing such a stellar job in bringing so many important experts and community groups together. Also, I'd like to say thank you. I started off my academic career at USF at the Environmental Studies Department as a postdoctoral fellow for 1 year. And then at that time, and even before that, I had read the work of one of your great professors here, Professor Kaswan, who influenced me in my own work, my book, Climate Change for the Streets. A lot of the analysis, understanding the legal perspectives, was because of the work that she did and her colleagues did. So thank you for that. So I'd like to start off in really acknowledging sort of the gaps that we heard today. We heard a lot of great issues around insurance, around mitigation and adaptation and other aspects. But I wanted, as David mentioned, I want to bring it a little bit more to the human-centered approach. As Deborah from the Department of Insurance mentioned, when a disaster strikes, it's often a community scale. It affects entire communities and individuals. And there's a cost component of it, and a social and an economic component that some communities, particularly low-income communities of color, will not experience a disaster the same way. Many of these communities have pre-existing disparities, socioeconomic, and particularly health disparities that only are exacerbated when a disaster like a wildfire strikes. And for groups that I study, undocumented migrants, in particular farm workers, they often experience a hyper form of marginalization when a disaster like a wildfire impacts their community. So I want to move away from these notions of abstract disasters when we talk about an extreme wildfire event or other climate-induced disasters, and to look at what does that really mean to local communities. Who are the faces? Who are the individuals that we're actually talking about when these disasters happen? For the last almost 10 years, I've been working with migrant farm worker groups, migrant serving organizations throughout California and some parts of the Southwest, largely in Santa Barbara, Ventura, and Sonoma counties, really understanding what is happening when these wildfires exist. Many of these migrant farm workers, many of them undocumented, don't actually live, and some may not live in the actual footprint of the fire, but many of them actually work in the footprint of fire, even in live wildfire events. For example, if we look at this picture here of Ventura County, you see workers laboring when there's a smoke event, and the toxic plumes that they're enduring as they are harvesting the crops, which, as many of us know, that wildfire season it often coincides with harvest season. And more extreme cases, like Sonoma County, you had mandatory evacuation zones occurring and being issued, where they're telling homeowners, businesses, individuals to flee their communities and their homes because of pending fire risk. Yet these farm workers were asked to enter into mandatory evacuation zones with little occupational health and safety protection to harvest the crop that had yet to be picked. So there was a lot of issues with protecting the crop from what is called smoke taint. That's when smoke and ash permeate the skin of grapes, making it unsellable. The wine usually tastes like an ashtray. I actually had a chance to taste it at one event here in San Francisco. But there's little concern of how the lungs of migrant farm workers, how their lungs are also being tainted. So I've been working with these groups to strategize on policies, research, air quality monitoring with the National Center for Atmospheric Research to understand what those impacts were to try to change some of these occupational health and safety standards. And more importantly, having the state and local government also have disaster preparedness resources provided to these communities that are often rendered invisible in the disaster policy process. Obviously, they're not invisible themselves, but they're rendered invisible in disaster policy because they're not reached out to before these disasters happen. I had the pleasure in 2022 to be an academic advisor along with my PhD students at the First Nation Undocumented Summit, where it brought together migrant organizations from all over the state that have been providing mutual aid assistance to mixed households and undocumented households during disaster events from the pandemic, wildfires, heat waves, and drought. And as we know here, wildfires don't happen in isolation. They often compound with other disasters. For example, the fires in Sonoma that happened in 2020, there was a pandemic, the wildfire event, toxic air quality, and of course a heat wave and a drought all at once. So this was the First Nation, and these individuals talked about a path forward, lessons learned, how they can work together on new policies, both state and local, to move forward. And during the Q&A portion, I can talk a little bit more about some of those policy strategies. And then while this research is largely based in California and the Southwest, they're not isolated as well to California. We see these disparate disaster impacts, particularly on wildfires and hurricanes, extreme storms and flooding happening throughout the country. For example, during 2024, Hurricane Colleen hit the East Coast, particularly in places like North Carolina, and we saw migrant serving organizations having to set up this parallel form of disaster aid and mutual assistance that FEMA and other philanthropic organizations and disaster organizations such as Red Cross was not providing for various reasons because of policy, political, and budget choices that were being made ahead of a disaster not to focus on this socially vulnerable population. So we see these parallel networks of mutual aid where migrant serving organizations are being forced to become de facto first responders and mutual aid providers, even though they don't have training or that they weren't set up to do that, let alone their budgets or mission. And finally, just highlighting some of the academic work I've done with some of these migrant serving organizations that are in the front line of these disasters. They were co-authors of various articles that we published together and had a very public-facing approach to try to change policy at various governmental levels. And because of that strong co-productionist, community-engaged type of research, we were able to provide our findings to various agencies, including the federal government, and what I'm most proud of is the United Nations, both the International Organization of Migration and the UN Habitat, which is their urban programs program. Because yes, California is very unique, it's also very privileged and well-resourced, but these ideas of disproportionate impact to migrant communities, to refugees all over the world, from Brazil to Greece, and wildfires are happening, and similar, different context, but similar disparate impacts are happening. So this is a global issue of understanding some of the, how to protect some of the most socially vulnerable populations. And then finally, just want to leave you with this major research implication, is thinking beyond property values. We talked a lot about homeowners insurance, homeowners. We didn't hear much about the unhoused, renters, or those that don't have legal access to federal disaster aid. And we also need to think about workers that are being asked during the recovery recovery stage to clean up toxic debris without any occupational health and safety standards as well. Countless stories from hurricanes and wildfires, businesses that no one really knows who they are, and asking day laborers to clean up that toxic debris with very little protections. So thinking beyond property values and leaving you with this photo of a little girl with an N95 respirator mask, we all become desensitized to these type of pictures of little children with the masks. But if you look a little bit more closely of the year, it's 2017. So just highlighting how some communities have been living with these compounding and multiple disaster events for many years before COVID-19 or some of these other major wildfires, such as the LA fires as well. So thank you, look forward to the Q&A session.
So Kellen Marks is our next speaker. Kellen is an experienced land use and municipal attorney at the law firm Best & Krieger. Kellen brings a critical legal lens to the discussion we're having. He has deep expertise in the complex web of real estate, affordable housing, and the regulatory approvals required to move projects from charred earth to new foundations. He is assistant city attorney for a Southern California city that was deeply impacted by the 2025 Palisades fire and has helped manage the legal response to this tragedy. And at dinner last night, we were talking a little bit about the complexity of somebody on the ground locally in a political organization trying to navigate not only local government, but as a city, you have to navigate the county government, the state government, the federal government, and plus all of the local people that you're trying to serve. And Kellen has some great insights into all of that.
Great, thank you. Thank you to USF Law for having me. My name is Kellen Martz. I work at Best & Krieger. We are city attorneys to about 150 government clients throughout California. I have several of those as my clients: City of Malibu, City of West Hollywood, City of Palm Springs, and a handful of others. I also, on my free time, founded and run a nonprofit for unhoused folks. And I am a former city commissioner for the City of West Hollywood on rent and housing issues. I did wear my suit in green for USF Law. I graduated here 13 years ago, so it's been a while. The issue of fire rebuilds and disaster recovery is important to me for my work, but it's also personal to me. As a kid, I was evacuated 3 times in Washington State. My grandparents' home was burned down in a wildfire. I also own a home in Big Bear, California, which is in a high fire zone. So this isn't just my career, it's my life. And I promise if you stick with me, I know it's late in the day, there will be a photo in my slides of a cute animal. All right, so the purpose of me being here is because the City of Malibu in Southern California was a key part of the Palisades fire 1 year ago. There were over 700 homes and businesses destroyed in the city. And I was the assistant city attorney while the head city attorney was unfortunately in Japan, and his home was in the fire zone. So the two of us had a lot of work to do. I was in the emergency command center that night that it started through today. So for the law nerds out there, what legal tools are available to you when a fire happens? In working in city government, we're all about transparency. We want the public to be involved. We want to give them notices so your politicians aren't making decisions behind your back, right? In a fire, those things go out the window a little bit. We don't have time to go to city councils and to mayors and say, hey, can we close this road? Can we evacuate these people? So that you have to delegate those powers. And so you enter into emergency declarations that the city manager or the mayor has the power to make those decisions without going through the formal and complex process to get the city council to sign off on things. You suspend laws. I mean, it sounds a little bit scary, but sometimes we have to suspend laws to get through an emergency. CEQA, many of you know, is the California Environmental Quality Act, and the Coastal Act is a state law that tries to balance the protection of our coasts from overdevelopment and access for the public to our beaches and our oceans. Governor Newsom has waived a lot of these acts. The reason being is sometimes those laws are weaponized against development. Development is part of the rebuild process. So if you're trying to rebuild your home and your neighbor doesn't like it, some of these laws can be used to delay you building that home for 2, 3, 4, 5. I could go on the number of years that I've seen these delayed. And same with the Coastal Act. The Coastal Act is administered by a very powerful commission at the state level. Sometimes they also have the power to stop your rebuilds for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, many years. And executive orders at the state level and federal can accelerate the rebuild process. All right, so my job, wearing many hats. Many of you are law students here, you're gonna graduate, you're gonna go on and do really cool things. I did not think when I was sitting in your seat that I would be out wearing a hard hat and a hazardous waste suit looking 2 days after a fire happened at all these homes lost. But that's what we do as attorneys. It gets you out of your desk. It's really interesting work. Things that I didn't think I would have to learn about. Temporary housing. To rebuild a home, we're still doing rebuild applications for a fire that happened 5, 6 years ago. So where do people live while they're trying to get their homes rebuilt? Money is not endless. So do we let them live in tents on their homes? Do we have them live in accessory dwelling units? Do we let them bring in trailers? All those different questions that you have to think about when you're trying to rebuild a city. Erosion control. Malibu is built like this. When there's wildfires, it takes out the roots of trees, and all the protections that are built up from landslides are no longer there. So do we just let people rebuild, or do we think about erosion, landslides, and other natural disasters that might be part 2 of a fire disaster? And geotechnical issues, that's a fancy science word, it's the same stuff of erosion control, water, and whatnot. And then probably the most difficult thing that I've had to balance is all of the competing interests of policymakers. State, local, federal. The federal government has a very different view of emergency management than we've seen for the last 20, 30, 50 years since FEMA was created. There is a lot of political tension in our country right now that trickles down into the response of our policymakers. If the federal government and the state government are fighting outside of disasters, it makes sense that they're going to be fighting in those disasters, unfortunately. If you watch the news at all, you might see the numbers saying we have only permitted X number of homes in the last year. Absolutely true. City governments are at fault for a portion of that. But there are other underlying factors that don't get discussed that are very important. A lot of these homes were underinsured. Property values have risen like this. The cost to build a home has risen like this, and people's insurance coverage has risen like this. So if you've lived in your home for 30, 40, 50 years, you might get $600,000 when it's going to cost you $1.5 million to rebuild. That's going to slow down how you rebuild the home that you thought you were going to rebuild. There are only so many lawyers, architects, construction companies in Southern California and the region to rebuild. If you didn't jump on it and hire an architect on the first week, you might be waiting in line. And then there's also emotional and personal decisions. Some people just don't want to rebuild after a fire. So all of those things come together to slow the rebuild process. All right, and some practical takeaways. Plan for emergencies before they happen. We do an after action report after every fire. It's unfortunate that we have to say after every fire, but we do. We relied very heavily on city and county employees that were not impacted by the fires. Mutual aid is not just a nonprofit word, it's also city government. So people from Long Beach that worked in the government came up and helped us, or worked remote. But you can't just call them up and ask about it. So if you have it built ahead of time, that there's an agreement that you're going to have that assistance, we'll pay for it, have those contracts signed ahead of time. Also, we can't work out of City Hall when City Hall was having embers dropped on it from the fires. So we had in place another city about 45 minutes away that opened their emergency command center for us to use. But if we didn't have that in place, we would have been SOL. Communicate constantly. It sounds like a no-brainer, a duh, but when you are rushing through fires and fire response in the first couple of days while the fires are burning, you're making decisions in a silo. You may not know that you've made those decisions in a silo. you need to communicate more than you normally do because you're in a rush process. And then remember your why. That goes back to everything I do, is we do this for the community. I can make a lot more money working at a big fancy law firm, doing bigger, fancier, complex law work, but I work in city government. It is very complex, I don't want to downplay that, but you know, I can make a lot more, but I have a passion for this. So you remember your why. If your why is the big fancier law, good for you. And then ask me about goats. So right before the fires happened, we were getting a lot of calls about goats for brush clearance. And there they are. There's one company in Southern California, and so if law doesn't work out for you guys, there's a market for goats that eat brush. Thank you.
Where I live in Marin County, we have goats come in every year or so in Port Madera, and that's the highlight of the summer is to go visit the goats. My daughters and I used to go to the goats and name the goats, and we come back a couple days later and try to find that goat. They have little numbers on their ears, so sometimes you can find it. But our next speaker is Clay Kirchhoff, so we're going to go from local government up to state government. Clay is the Disaster Response and Recovery Chief at the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Clay is on the front lines of state policy, overseeing federally funded recovery activities. He bridges the gap between federal recovery policy, state housing and climate goals, and the practical needs of local communities trying to rebuild. And that sounds like quite a handful, especially in these times. So thank you, Clay.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all for bearing with us through the end of the program today. And I also wanted to say thank you to Hank for putting together this group of minds and leaders today. I'm still relatively young in my career, so when I was in grad school 5 years ago working on a kind of client report, I interviewed more than half, whether they remember it or not, I remember interviewed half of the panelists. So the fact that you got them all in a room on a single day is impressive. But what I'm here to talk about, amidst all these other presentations on all the kind of issues inherent to resilience, risk, and recovery. What I wanted to contribute to this is an inside look to what are some of the processes or programs that shape long-term disaster recovery in particular. When we talk about disaster recovery, it's a continuum. You have your preparedness and mitigation phases, and then there's the disaster event, and that's where you'll hear things like the Stafford Act, or you'll hear the California Emergency Services Act. That's when these things start to go into effect and trigger, different policies or programs and funding streams depending on the severity of the disaster. My professional expertise is really in that long-term recovery period. That's really the months to years. One could argue that long-term recovery starts more than a year after the disaster, but that is really the reality of what long-term recovery timelines are like. Communities are recovering for 5, 10, 15 years. Some communities are often never the same again. And so the program that I have spent a lot of my career working on specifically is the Community Development Block Grant for Disaster Recovery Program. I think for folks working in disaster recovery policy directly, everyone knows about it, but it is the second largest kind of congressional appropriation of funding for disaster recovery after the FEMA Disaster Relief Fund. I think it's well over $100 billion appropriated over the past couple of decades. And what this funding source is primarily for is supporting the unmet long-term recovery needs of primarily low and moderate income households and communities from qualifying presidentially declared major disasters. And so it's really the most catastrophic disasters where all of the other resources, whether it be insurance, your people's own private money, subsidized federal loans, insurance, all of those, go into action. The last federal investment in long-term recovery is often the CDBG-DR program. And I have have these two timelines here just to give you a sense of how long this stuff takes. So this was not a disaster in California. FEMA, it wasn't. No, these were from other disasters, but they all have our declarations: DR 4344, DR 4353. So these disasters occurring in October and December of 2017, respectively. It's usually over a year before an appropriation gets made, or at least until an appropriation then gets allocated to a state or local government. And then it can be another 6 to 12 months before those funds actually get hit on the ground. And part of what I'm here to talk about is what are some of the factors that go into play that shape what the recovery programs end up looking like. The CDBG-DR funds can be used, are pretty flexible. It's based on the regular CDBG program, which is sort of the hallmark community development program in the country. But it can go towards housing activities. That includes owner-occupied rehab and reconstruction, multifamily new multifamily development, repairing, rehabilitating manufactured and mobile home parks, home buyer assistance, and buyouts. It can go towards infrastructure like roads, public facilities, and in some cases utilities, towards economic development like supporting small businesses or workforce and labor development. And an important feature of the program in more recent appropriations is hazard mitigation, in which there is a required 15% set aside for forward-looking hazard mitigation activities that don't necessarily have a direct disaster tieback. So that includes things like home hardening, resilient infrastructure, levees, things of that nature. But a key feature here is that 70% of these funds need to be targeted towards low and moderate income households and communities, because what we see is that after the disaster strikes, folks who are fully insured, they can use that money to rebuild their homes. But a lot of people are in California, it often seems like most people who are insured are underinsured. But then, a lot of other folks, are renters, and very few renters carry renter's insurance. And even if they did have renter's insurance, there are fewer resources available, especially from like the FEMA Disaster Relief Fund, the federal, grants and loans and such that are directly, expressly for renters, just when the rental housing supply in the community has been, affected, and there are fewer options for people to find new housing on a temporary or permanent basis. So when these funds become available, one of the first determinations is figuring out what the unmet needs are. And this is where the alphabet soup of like federal, state, local programs and policies come into play, because it's really it's just a subtraction game of all of the different sources and needs and vulnerabilities that have to be measured before an unmet needs assessment can be finalized. So it's unmet need equals total property and infrastructure losses minus insurance payouts, FEMA assistance, both public and individual assistance, minus small business administration loans. SBA, a huge player in disaster recovery. For LA, they've authorized about $3 billion in loans for homeowners alone. So huge, dollar amounts that are often at play here. Other things get taken out too, but some of the like sample data sources that are required to be used in this analysis include, FEMA verified loss data. I mentioned SBA data, all the FEMA data, insurance data aggregated at zip code level, local infrastructure needs data provided by local governments in the state population characteristics to understand local vulnerabilities, housing market data, and state planning details. So we're like scraping state housing and land use policies, local general plans, local hazard mitigation plans, to understand what those predetermined policy priorities are. And then when we get into, sorry, my PowerPoint clip art didn't work out perfectly, but once we get into, disaster recovery, you see, oh, by the time we're in long-term recovery, the cycle's already starting to turn through into like mitigation and preparedness again, because a lot of the types of activities that you would want to do as part of long-term recovery are, it's long-term recovery, but it also has a resilience, component to it. So, I think I liked this sort of cycle often starts with preparedness. So that's evacuation route planning and scenario planning, education and outreach, and improving insurance coverage. Response and relief would be like after the disaster strikes. So FEMA comes, if there is a presidentially declared major disaster, FEMA comes in and provides public assistance to local governments, individual assistance to households. They provide temporary shelter assistance, but one of the big shortcomings I think that a lot of people have identified with federal emergency response and disaster recovery policy is FEMA isn't really allowed to provide permanent housing solutions for folks, and so there's this bizarre policy, there's this bizarre window between what can be provided during the response phase and then waiting until other federal resources come in from a different entity that can provide those permanent solutions. And then for recovery, we have the CDBG-DR funds that I was describing. We have insurance proceeds. Those are really foundational for housing recovery. But we bake mitigation into long-term recovery as well. We use this DR mitigation set aside as local match for hazard mitigation assistance from FEMA. We coordinate with CAL FIRE and Cal OES on where they're making their investments in fire prevention. And we're trying to leverage insurance incentives like from the Safer from Wildfires framework or the IDHS wildfire prepared home standards, so that the homes that we're building for low and moderate income households, those beneficiaries are then able to take advantage of the insurance incentives and be able to afford to insure their homes. Some of the key themes that I'll just go over is that successful long-term recovery projects require leveraging multiple resources and therefore require interagency coordination, so that all of these different funding sources can align on their requirements and timelines, whether it be for housing, whether it be for infrastructure, or for general holistic community recovery. So some of the like tensions that are often described in recovery is trying to balance resilience and speed. And I think that, I work at a department where, in a division where, resilience is baked into our long-term recovery goals and the outcomes that we're hoping for disaster survivors. I think there's just so much empirical evidence and research that resilience is cost effective. And so, baking resilience into recovery reduces insurance costs, reduces future disaster losses. It also helps keep households and communities safer. An additional cost for these standards is really minimal for basically new construction for rebuilds. And so all of our single family homes that we rebuild with CDBG-DR funds, which we call Recover California, are built to the IDHS Wildfire Prepared Plus standard, but we also harden homes for non-tieback activities, and a lot of those, depending on what the starting point for the property is, a lot of those also then go meet the IDHS Wildfire Prepared Home base or plus standard. So we see these as important investments that help keep homes safe and affordable for low and moderate income households. And I think this builds on a lot of what other folks have said throughout the day, but state and local coordination is, it has to happen. Disaster recovery is a shock to a system, and it demands that government operates in a way that it may not normally. It requires silos to be broken down, and it requires innovation and to adapt processes to be more streamlined and to adequately respond to the urgency of the situation. And so you see that with a lot of the innovations or executive orders that come out after disasters, whether it be like back in 2018 with the Camp Fire or what's going on in Los Angeles right now. And a point that I want to impress upon is, after a disaster, a lot of the focus is on homeowners, and folks have lost their homes, and that's important. But there's just so much less data, and the data that does become available on renters is much slower. And so the unmet needs for them are quantified later in the process. And by the time we really are like implementing long-term recovery programs, it's normal that unmet rental housing needs are the greatest single unmet need, because these are folks who are most at risk of displacement or homelessness and have the fewest other resources available to recover. So I look forward to talking more in the discussion.
So our next speaker is Professor Robert Verchick. He's the Gauthier St. Martin Chair in Environmental Law at Loyola University in New Orleans. He's a leading authority in disaster law and climate adaptation. Robert's work often focuses on how our legal systems must evolve to handle the slow motion and sudden onset disasters of the 21st century. And before meeting Robert, I've been a lawyer for a long time. I didn't know there was an area of law called disaster law, but I was intrigued by it, and I purchased your book, and so I'm definitely going to study it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we have a case book. Dan Barber and some of my other co-authors. He's across the bay in Berkeley. And after Hurricane Katrina, we said, he said we needed to invent a new area of law, and I said, well, we're at least going to organize it, and so that's what we've been trying to do. I want to give special thanks to Dean Kalb and also to Professor Kaswan, who have just been wonderful longtime friends of mine and have supported me a lot, and are always teaching me new things and helping me understand new areas of law. So I'm just glad to be here, and I'm super excited about what you students have all put together today. Most of this conversation this whole day, as you know, has been about state law and local law, and I was going to spend a good amount of time on the state law today until last Tuesday when something happened, and I ripped up all of the notes that I had, and I actually just this morning redid my slides, and it's testament to y'all that you were so good at being able to get a new group of slides on there so fast. So we're going to talk a little bit about what I was going to talk about, and then what I'm going to spend most of my time talking about is Donald Trump. And if you're not careful, you're going to learn a little bit about constitutional law too. So I have been, ever since Hurricane Katrina, which I, along with so many other people in New Orleans, had to endure, and the recovery is still going on. I don't know if you know that, but we still have over $1 billion of funds that came in after Katrina to repair our roads. And just, I think a couple of days ago at Mardi Gras, DC, our new mayor, Helena Moreno, got a meeting with Donald Trump and actually just buttered him up and just said, oh, you're so great, can we please have an extension on that $1 billion? And so, because she promised to get the roads fixed. What my point, right, is that recovery takes a long, long time. Like it might be more than 10 years or 15 years before we see what these areas are going to look like. I learned this in writing a book a few years back called The Occupation. Well, we're supposed to be resilient. Do we need to do something? Yeah. I told you about that. Okay.
okay? It's on climate resilience, and it's really good. You'll like it. What I was going to do, with a little more time, I was going to tell you sort of my definition of climate resilience. We've talked about that a lot, but essentially, managing climate impacts in ways that allow communities to learn, adapt, and thrive. The one thing I did want to say, right, is all of the things that we've been looking at today, I think a lot of our advice, anyway, has been guided on this idea of being flexible, forward-looking, and fair. And if you just think, just to give one example of Deborah's example, right, of the parametric insurance policies. The parametric policy is a kind of flexibility. It's intended to be forward-looking in the sense that you're trying to imagine what could the next kind of bad event look like given climate change and so on. And it's a way, if you incorporate it with communities and so on, it's a way to get insurance in people's hands who otherwise wouldn't have it, which is kind of fairness. One point I was just going to make very quickly is that I think of this conference as beyond wildfire. I think of it as something that's not me that's called it this, but urban firestorms. This idea that you start with a wildfire on wild land, and then for reasons that were talked about, excuse me, earlier, David and so on, was talking about, so the wind kicks in and all of a sudden you get into an urban environment and you got more fuel, you got more people, stuff together, and things just fast forward immediately. And that's a different kind of a thing. And if we're trying to figure out what is going to work in Los Angeles, some of the best thinkers around this are looking at the Tubbs fire, which started in Napa and went into Santa Rosa, and fires like the Woolsey fire and the Marshall fire, which was a grassland fire before it raced into Boulder. One of the things I think that we've seen throughout this whole conference that I'm really happy about, and a lot of experts arrive at these ideas, is that the problem that LA's having right now, and there's so many, right, but they really have to do, I think, sometimes with a lack of political will, a lack of trust on the part of people and their leaders, right, and a real lack of capacity, which is the number of people involved with these agencies, the amount of money that they have to play with, and the kinds of legal authorities that they have. And so looking at that, it's really important to have community networks set up ahead of time, right, that are looking at landscape and that are looking at watching out for each other and watching out for water supply, things like this. It's important to pick sites within Los Angeles and to pick smart sites and armor them, right? Really pay attention to them. You just don't put smart growth in dumb places. You put your smart growth in smart places. And that's harder than it sounds, or easier than it sounds. It's easier to say than do. The housing is all associated with this, right? Because the reason we have sprawl in Santa Rosa is because you can't own a home if you're a sort of a normal income person in San Francisco or other places, like that, Los Angeles and so on. So those are some of the things that I wanted to say, sort of related to the state area. Also, governments have to be able to cooperate a lot better with one another. And there was a chance in LA to develop this rebuilding authority, which is a kind of rebuilding authority that worked in Northridge after the earthquake, and it worked after Katrina with some federal leadership. And that dissolved in Los Angeles for a lot of reasons more complicated than I can understand from far away. But what I can say is that it's unfortunate, right? Because if you don't have scale there. Now, what does all of this have to do with the person whose name that I won't say anymore? But I did show a picture. Here's why I'm going to spend a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, to talk about this, because I think the reason that people haven't said his name at this conference at all, right, is because we either think, well, there's nothing that can be done about it, or it's so much foolishness it's not worth talking about, or we need to take it seriously but not literally, or literally but not seriously. I don't know. But here's the thing. These ideas aren't attached to a single person. They're attached to a group of people who are coming up with these ideas and are going to keep pushing for them. And whether you think they're ridiculous or whether I think they're ridiculous, it doesn't matter. We have to be able to look at them, treat them seriously, and say, why aren't they appropriate? And so the next time you're sitting on a next to somebody in a seat on a flight, and they say something, right, you can at least understand, okay, so what is the real argument against it? All right, so here's one thing. Here's what's going on. Some things that have been changed, right, in the Trump administration that we've heard, I should have said it, is one, this idea of bringing more state responsibility and shrinking the federal responsibility. Okay, so that's one idea that you can think about and talk about. Another one, which I think should be less controversial, I mean, we shouldn't have much of a dispute about it all, is whether we should use federal aid in dramatically coercive ways, right? Should aid to California be linked to its modification of its California voter ID rules, right? That's the kind of thing that I think most of us would say is inappropriate, regardless of what side we're on. What I want you to know is not that I don't like that. What I want you to know is that the Stafford Act, the federal law that manages disaster relief at the federal level, that law allows that, right? So if you are wondering, how does the president get to say, oh, we're going to shrink the role of the federal government, or I'm going to make my aid coercive, it's because the Stafford Act gives the president some of the strongest discretion of any statute. And if law students in the back, if you're thinking, oh, isn't there like the APA, the Administrative Procedure Act, which protects against federal officials working in arbitrary and capricious ways, the APA doesn't apply to the president, right? So if you kind of go through this in your lawyer's mind, one of the things you figure out is Congress wrote a statute that it gives the president a long, long leash. Now, what is the president doing with that long, long leash? Well, one thing I just want to point out very quickly is when we talk about the Stafford Act, there's lots of kinds of assistance that's at stake, all right? When Los Angeles gets rebuilt, it will be, the government money involved will be the lion's share coming from the federal government, right? There's already, Newsom is talking about a package of over $30 billion, right? Which hasn't even gone to Congress, which is phenomenal because after every disaster, Congress is approached with some kind of a package. Here is what happened on Tuesday. The president issued an executive order called Addressing State and Local Failures to Rebuild Los Angeles and Wildfire Disasters. And the one thing he says in here is that people in Los Angeles have been in a nightmare of delay caused by bureaucratic malaise alongside misguided commitments to naturalist and climate policies, right? So the federal government has to come in and do something. So what are they going to do? Well, he instructs FEMA essentially to consider, okay, as I'm just rushing forward a little bit, consider promulgating regulations that would preempt state or local permitting processes that delay emergency relief. Okay, just preempt all the permitting at the local level. And then replace it with a federal permitting program that would require builders to self-certify that they are complying with all of the state and local health and safety regulations. Just email it in, text it in. And think about what that means. That means, sort of standards for earthquakes, right? Standards for fire, standards for Americans with disability, all of these things. And then there's another provision, what I call the clawback provision, where he says, I want FEMA to look at the $3 billion we've already spent on hazard mitigation and see if there's something wrong with it, and if there is, we want you to try to claw it back. All right. So what could be wrong with these things? Well, very quickly, right, just to think, okay? One, the facts are wrong, okay? Delay is a big issue. But permitting, as we've already seen, is not the biggest part of the delay, particularly if they've winnowed it down to 85 days using AI or whatever it is we saw on an earlier slide, right? The big issues, lack of money, lack of insurance money for private people, cleaning up contaminated property, all kinds of things like that. It's the lack of capacity of people, both in government and in the construction industry. And who might many of those people be, right? They might be people who are not in the workforce now because they're hiding from, having to do with the immigration policies and these sorts of things. So what about the policy? Would that still be a good idea if we could do it? Well, it wouldn't. I mean, it wouldn't be good policy to say, just text in what you're going to do and that you're complying with laws and build anywhere you want. I mean, this whole conference has been, that's not the thing that you want anyone to do. The second thing is do you really want the federal government supervising all of those standards, which is one thing the executive branch says. The very last thing is, very obviously, it just creates huge confusion, right? Which I understand is already happening, right? There are already architects calling their lawyers and saying, should I wait to get like the president's permit, which is going to be easier, or should I get the permit I already have and just build really fast? Or what should I do? If you're a homeowner, what do you think about that, right? Okay, well, what kind of permit? Oh, there's going to be a better kind of permit I'm going to get. I can do my text. Maybe I don't need to do like the proper permit now. That's just going to slow things down. It's not going to speed things up. And the very last thing, and I'll just point this out for the law students, because you need to learn something, right, about that you can use on the bar. You can use this on the bar, and here's how, all right? Why is this illegal? Okay, if the FEMA were going to come up with regulations like this, why would they be invalid? The reason is they don't have the power to preempt state and city law. What they're looking at, or rather what the president is asking is you look at the Stafford Act, and because the Stafford Act allows you to subsidize something, that must also mean that it preempts everything that would be a barrier. That's something we call implied preemption, okay? But implied preemption doesn't quite work that way, because if it did, every time the federal government spent money for a poverty relief program, or for medical programs for poor people, or for anything in the world you think of, then you could say, oh, well, then the federal government has the right to stop all state and local regulations that propose any barrier to any of those things happening. And that just doesn't, it can't be that way, right? There's another reason it can't, in part because the Stafford Act never ever says anything like that. Right, you would have to have a statute at least imply that it was meant to take over the field, or that it was, arguing for something that was in conflict. The other thing, and here's the other part, here's the other thing that'll get you through the bar. It might be a violation of the 10th Amendment, all right, because the 10th Amendment, we don't quite know what the 10th Amendment says, because everything people say it says, it doesn't say. But the one idea that the courts are pretty good with is that the 10th Amendment places a special burden on one trying to prove federal preemption of traditionally local activities. And there's a case on that, right? It's called Gregory v. Ashcroft. And that case basically says if the federal government is going to say that it has a right to preempt something very local, then it has to point to language from Congress that is manifest and plain. And if they can't do that, then it's not there. So my point here is, one, this is just, it can't be defended legally, but that doesn't mean that FEMA can't come out with regulations anyway. And that doesn't mean that somebody's going to have to sue, show they have standing, and get into court in order to settle this. And while all of that's happening, nobody in Los Angeles who wants a building permit is going to know who to call, right? And so that's the danger of these kinds of policies, or even these kinds of statements. And so I just thought it was a good idea to sort of take that apart and look at it plainly. And I'll sit down, and I thank you all for waiting out there in the beautiful outdoor lobby.
Yeah, thank you all for coming back. So I think we're supposed to end at 4. So instead of going through the questions that I had for the panelists, I think I'll just ask each panel member if there's some follow-up that they want to say after hearing the other panelists speak, or something that they were hoping to talk about during the Q&A that they wish to get out now, if that works.
Builders self-certifying is not going to work in my international experience. Reforming the Stafford Act, I would love to see. So thank you very much. That was super helpful. I think I'll leave it at that because we want to keep going here.
Something that comes up a lot in our work, kind of interfacing between federal programs and implementing them in communities, is this, tension between the cost of rebuilding in the short term and the long term. And something that we often reckon with is, the median home year built of a home in California is 1976, before any of our contemporary kind of best-in-class building codes or development standards or safety incentives were put into place. And so in California, while we do have a lot of process and we have a lot of regulations, they provide this baseline so that just to rebuild requires meeting a standard that is not like the experience in in really other states. And so we do have there is this sort of rebuilding safety net that we have that's like assumed and baked in that then makes it much easier for us as a government agency to go in and do the right thing. We have like the cover of these existing regulations and development standards, and provide homes or infrastructure that are resilient and will be able to avoid future disaster losses.
What I was going to touch on is how quickly public sentiment can change after a disaster. A lot of the cities that I represent have community beliefs that they don't want to allow building, or very, very little building. Some of you have heard the terms NIMBY. There's also banana, build absolutely nothing anywhere near anyone. It's like NIMBY on extremes. Once your home burns down, I've seen it. A person the day before the fire said, don't allow this other person's project to be built, said, please help me. I want all these rules relaxed for me. So you have to be ready for this big change of how people are going to be approaching you and be open to it, because someone that, I had a lady that uses very many curse words for me is now pleading for my help. And as much as you want to, give her back the same energy, you've got to be ready to not do that.
Thank you. I learned a new word.
You're welcome.
So I think it's exactly what you said is approaching these disasters with complexity and a contextual analysis of what's happening on the ground, because these fires, these compounding disasters that I mentioned earlier, don't happen in isolation, and they become trigger events and can change public sentiment. And climate change, adaptation, resilience, disaster, whatever you want to call it, becomes a more salient issue. And I know many students here have client projects or do public policy advising. One avenue is taking what you learned here. The California State Senate created a new Senate Committee on Disasters. Senator Stern is heading that up. And I heard some great avenues here of what at least California laws can be changed. Particularly those gaps are looking at some of the most vulnerable and looking at how do we address these affordability issue crisis and our insurance crisis as well. So looking at the new Senate Committee on Disaster, I don't know what exactly the scope will be, but hopefully they'll tackle a lot of these issues that we mentioned today.
I'll just say, I think that one of the things we need is a lot more discussion about vulnerable populations. And more than discussion, we need it actually to be in laws that can be enforced. The Stafford Act, if you look, has one of the best, I think one of the most comprehensive anti-discrimination provisions in any federal statute. It even goes to protect low-income people, but it can't be enforced in any real way. So if you could look at that language and put it in something in California that had teeth, it would be a good idea.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming and also for coming back after our alarm. That's a showing of resilience. And I was remiss in not thanking Hank at the beginning personally. He did a tremendous job working with our panel, and I'm sure it was multiplied by 3 or 4 or however. And I just want to throw a shout out to Hank.
Thank you, David, and thank you to all of you and everyone here for coming. What an exciting day. We had everything, I think, except for an actual fire, it seems like. I just want to start by thanking all of our moderators and panelists for taking the time out of their busy schedule to be here. The USF community and the USF Law Review in particular is very grateful for all that you've done to make this possible. I also want to thank just everyone here for showing up and asking such wonderful questions. I want to thank our sponsors, the Corey, Luze, De Gataldi, and Riddle Law Firm, Cotchett, Petrie, and McCarthy Law Firm, the Reed Smith Law Firm, and Miller Star Regalia Law Firm. These issues of environmental justice are really important to everyone on the Law Review, and I'm just glad that I had the opportunity to promote a lot of really excellent voices and messages. I would also like to thank my faculty advisors, Professor Heidi Ho, Professor Alice Caswan, and I don't think Professor Babish is here today, but I'm also grateful for him. I learned just so much throughout this whole process. It was really amazing, and the USF Law Review staff that worked with me throughout the whole planning process, as well as today, just making sure everything ran smoothly was amazing. I also want to thank Shelly Fife, who I think had to leave a little bit early, but she helped a lot with the marketing and the promotional materials. Kenji held my hand every step of the way. Without him, this certainly would not have been possible. And then I also want to put in a special thanks to Taylor De Ocampo, who really worked so hard, especially this week, and I'm sure throughout the whole process, just making sure that all these PowerPoints were in order, especially with some of our speakers editing them the day of. just putting that out there. I would like to end by just kind of discussing the reason I chose this topic. In 2018, my grandparents' house burnt down in the car fire, and after that, they moved to Chico, California, where they could see the flames of the fire in paradise. When I was selected to this position about a year ago, my grandmother, she had actually passed away just right around the same time. And during that time, there was also the LA fires going on, and so I felt like it was just a really important thing that covers all sorts of different topics, from like the ability to own your home, the ability to live free from smoke, and growing up in California, it's touched me in a few different ways. So I'm just really glad that we're able to do this. My grandparents were fortunate enough, to have good insurance. They were able to move pretty quickly. And so I wanted to do this so we could figure out a way to make their story kind of more of the norm instead of an outlier in cases when your house burns down. And yeah, I'd like to dedicate this event to her memory and to everyone who has lost from fire. And with that, there's a reception in the next room over. I know our Q&A got cut short for this panel, so I encourage you to pester all of these wonderful speakers and everyone else throughout the day. Thank you.